God damn it. 1 second, everyone. Give me a moment. Give me a break. Alright. Sorry, my fucking camera. I will have to do this every time. Like, gotta adjust the setting because it doesn't save. It just doesn't save on the camera. It used to, but now it doesn't. I don't know, man. Oh, that's just something I deal with. If I forget, like I did that time. That's what happens. Okay. Let's see. Over. We got people around. We're gonna do every round table. Moment. Oh, there we go.
The dude who's just putting a bunch of metal together and mixing the random concoctions, and I'd be afraid that if I touch this fucking thing, it's going to explode.
Well,
And that's
no,
what I mean by
that's not how that
stable.
works. But like, even
It's
if you
actually
even if you got like the uranium, like you said, what you would have right there is they'd make an explosive device and put like the uranium like around it, and then you would make the dirty bomb. Now, if you had a uranium and you refined it down, then you could make something more like an atom bomb or a hydrogen bomb or, whatever.
It's kind of a weird thing, but I'll basically put it in this regard. It's easier to make, it's harder to make an atom bomb explode than not explode, is the first kind of conversation you have to have.
Also, but before we go, since everybody's here now, if anybody asks why my eyes look all fucked up, I had a cow abscess explode in my eyes, and so I'm like weeping blood and shit. It's really
It was
fun.
stripper booty. Don't let him lie to you.
I wish it was stripper booty. I would have ate that like groceries.
It could be one and the same in Gibbs's life. I don't know.
It was this night right here. I fucking was like, we're gonna butcher a cow for Ryan Garcia, and I popped this abscess and went boom right into my eyeballs.
So okay, on the cheap end, a functional cheap end atom bomb. What are you thinking? Cost?
Like a dirty bomb or like an atom? Like
okay, when you say dirt, I don't know. Okay, that's it. I'm not gonna lie. I'm the Arab here, but I don't know things about bombs.
Fission trigger nuclear device. I don't know. Like, if you're actually just going by price, it's not that expensive. Like, you can build one for something on the order of like $700,000. The
it's
issue
not like
is
literal price. I mean, like procuring it, finding the scientists to do it, finding the facility. Like, I'm talking about everything. I'm not talking about just like obviously
you're talking
like
about the Manhattan Project today, basically.
Yeah,
like,
but we don't need it. Yeah. But the thing is, the Manhattan Project.
That's what
have the science.
But that's what I mean by you don't have the money. Is what I mean. Is like you're not going to be able to procure all of the things necessary with like the amount. Like it's not, you're not going to like even you said having a like safe one built like with specs was like $1 million. I mean, like if you're the government and you have all of the materials around you and you're fucking Iron Man.
Well, you wouldn't have to build.
I mean, they said a cruise missile with a nuclear tip
Manhattan
cost about
project because, like, we know the process of how to build one, right? Like, that's publicly available. And you can find like the rest. But like, even from there,
it's even less than I said.
How much? Yeah, how does it cost?
After looking it up now, a W-80 warhead on a cruise missile, air-launched cruise missile, costs about $1 million each. So just the warhead is way cheaper than what I was saying.
Okay. Is a warhead more than an atomic bomb?
It is the atomic bomb.
Like I said, just because I'm Europe, I don't know all the things.
The dirty bomb.
No, I blame you. Don't lie. Don't be. You're getting research right now. We don't trust this guy.
And dirty bombs are much cheaper, right? Because all they are, and you said you didn't know what they were. They're just like a regular bomb, but you surround it with radioactive material, so it disperses when it blows up, right? So it's a way to spread radioactive material over a wide area. Yeah, and so like you just have to get like irradiated material, like.
And Gibbs wants people to just be able to make these in the back. Listen, man. Listen,
Absolutely.
bro. Listen, for someone who's so anti-terrorism, you're just giving free reins for the boys back home, just like to come over here and say.
It's not that the information isn't controlled; it's the materials. Like that's what everyone has decided. Like it's way easier to actually control the materials.
In theory, you could just buy 1 million fluorescent lights and make a dirty bomb.
I mean, okay, sure. Well, yeah, you could. And that's exactly what they'll do. They're like, yeah, we're gonna go the fluorescent route.
There was a whole plot of like a cartoon where like a bad guy did that.
Oh, it was there? Yeah. Okay, great. But shit, I was gonna say something. Fuck. I lost it. Sorry, guys. Hopefully I'll get back. I'll get back to that. Oh, no, I remember. No, it was to Ali's point, right? If you remember, I believe this was ISIS, but maybe it was Al Qaeda. I don't know. I get them mixed up all the time. But one of them had that public relations magazine. Remember that? They had like a magazine they would publish, like I think monthly or
I
something.
think they both
like,
do. I think ISIS still does have a public magazine. They publish.
That
Okay.
sounds very ISIS-y, yeah.
And they would use this to reach out to members. I don't know how they like actually disperse this thing, but like the people all around the world, they would like this publication. They would read and spread propaganda, but also they would talk about, okay, so you want to do an attack, right? Great, happy to have you.
You want to do an attack?
Yeah, right. And they would give you ideas as to how to do it, right? So in Europe, they're like, okay, best way to do this is to get a car, right, and ram it into a crowd. That there was a whole spate of that back then, right? And it's like, okay, yeah, that's the best way in Europe to cause a lot of damage, just like run them over,
Very clever.
and they'll die. However, in the United States, it's like, oh, don't worry about that. Just go get a gun. There's guns. You just like get a gun and then spray. That's all you have to do. Like it's super easy to get weapons in the United States. So just do that, right? So I can imagine if Admiral Gibbs had their way, what like ISIS would say to their followers. Like, happy day, right? The Second Amendment wins again. Now here's what you do.
Amen. Amen. Listen, that's the price of doing business. The government should fear its citizens, not the other way around. I'm
You
okay
don't
with
think they
that.
do already? Who like when you say that? What do you mean? Like, you don't think they do already?
They don't fear us enough. Let me tell you that.
Like, okay, so you don't need to have the nukes to do it. Well, like, okay, like you
No,
have the
okay.
nukes.
I
It's
mean,
not like you can
I
use them.
agree. I agree with you. We don't need the nukes to do it. It would just make our life easier. I mean, this is why I always laugh.
Much
when
easier,
people-
for sure.
Yeah, this is why I always
Everyone's
laugh when
happy.
people are like, "Man, the U.S. is gonna come down and give you the smack it down if you
Well,
sit here and revolutionize." And I'm like, bro, they couldn't beat Afghanis. They couldn't beat Vietnamese. They're not gonna beat Texans with way more guns. Like,
Here's my thing. Texas already has all the guns. All right, you guys have way more
No,
guns
we
than
actually
people.
don't have. They all fell in the lake recently. So.
All right, cool, nice.
No good.
So, but like my question is like, what do you think? Why isn't the government afraid of you already? Like, with all technicalities, snipers do exist. People can buy them. Like the
They are
government
afraid.
they are
backed
afraid,
down-
right?
That's why they backed down at Shelby Park when we sent the Texas National
Yeah.
Guard in, and the federal agents were like, "Oh no, our pussy hurts," and they took off.
So how much more do you want to bully these government workers? I'm just like,
More.
to what end?
To the end, whatever end that gets me what I want.
So to the point where we have no government workers.
Hey, listen, if that's what
Anarchism
Where's,
confirmed.
where's Scott when you need him, bro? Bring him on.
Yeah, I mean, I don't agree with that.
I built the
I'm not-
bridge. I built the bridge.
You actually do. You just don't realize it.
No,
I built the bridge.
Scott is so far in horseshoe theory that he's almost becoming a leftist because he's like he's talking about
Everyone's a
anti-communist.
leftist.
Scott will love that.
I mean, I've told him but you know what? I will give Scott credit. Scott said he was like, "Oh, lactoid socialist, somebody else socialist." They're like, "What about Gibbs?" He's like, "I don't know if Gibbs is a socialist. He's some extreme capitalist." I'm like, "That's right." Even Scott recognizes that I'm not a leftist socialist. He also thinks I'm a paid shill for to make conservatives look bad. So he can go fuck himself. He literally told me that last time. He's like, "You're a paid shill."
I
was like,
remember
"That's-
I mean, he's right about the shill part. You just ain't paid.
that.
Paid yet.
Promo
He
code
had
give.
a, he had
right?
a
Don't
cow
just as a
abscess
product.
in his face. This is a wealthy man. Okay.
Yeah,
Do you have a
Should've-
cow that can abscess in your face?
I have
b-
both.
that-
of them. Bad time. You know how expensive cows are on average? They're so expensive. But my eyes burn badly. That's all y'all need to know.
How you doing,
Believe
Doobie?
you.
I'm good. How are
Time
you?
to see. I'm all right.
Isn't Doobie's wedding like a few weeks away or something?
It's in about 2 months. I'm actually going
Oh,
tomorrow
yeah.
to get the marriage license, so that'll be fun, I guess.
Oh,
Hey.
that's always something.
You sound so enthusiastic about it.
You gotta
Yeah,
make
it'd
sure
be
you
wonderful.
make sure you get your photo with the wife if you holding it with her.
I mean, it's paperwork, really, right? Like he's got to go to government office
Yeah.
to paperwork.
Yeah, the judge.
Yeah, it's like a 15-minute appointment to get the actual license. Then after that, I need to schedule a ceremony of some sort. I'm not sure.
Yeah. It's like what they've always dreamed of, like going
Hey,
into a
tax
government
and
building.
insurance benefits, baby.
Yeah. And it says you have to schedule a ceremony, I guess, like within a certain amount of time. You're saying?
I'm not sure what the time limit is. It's really because I'm going through the LA county system, right? And I've noticed because I'm in California, and it seems like you can pick any county you want. It doesn't need to be the county that you're living in. So I was looking at different counties, and it seems like LA County, for some reason, makes it like exceptionally weird, right? Like, so for example, they'd only allow me to schedule an appointment for the thing tomorrow, 2 or 3 weeks out. Like a single day is all they gave me. Every day it would go for about 1 day, right? It was like 2 or 3 weeks out. And it's like a 15-minute appointment. Then after that, they allow me to look at the calendar, look at the guidelines for scheduling the ceremony. So I don't know. It seems very bureaucracy filled. I don't know. Yeah,
Well, are you actually
as
excited
you
about
can
the
tell,
actual
I am
ceremony?
very excited. It's extremely excited. It's wonderful.
Yeah. So, but like, I think it's interesting with these marriage licenses that like shouldn't that, like, if you get it and you like sign it, right? Like, shouldn't that be it? Like, or do you need another person to?
You basically need somebody to like, you need somebody to like officiate it and to like sign off as like witnesses and shit.
Okay.
You need proof that the person wants
fair,
to
you
marry
can-
you. You didn't
the
drag them
witness-
to the courthouse.
Yeah, to
Yeah.
be fair, the witness can be the bailiff, and the local judge can be the guy that initiates it. So, I mean,
It could be the bailiff. Depending on how the next few weeks go, it could be a bailiff. You know, that might be important
Oh my
information to you. Like,
Yeah, we were
I'm
talking
gonna
about
be-
we
I'm
might
gonna be
actually
honest,
just
I'm-
do have a judge do it actually, and not do like any because I'm not religious, right? Like I'm not like I don't subscribe to any religion. She doesn't either. So we don't really need like a priest of some sort to do it, right? It could just be a judge.
I mean, they get
Um,
outrageously expensive. I wish on my wedding we had just spent it on the honeymoon. We had a pretty nice honeymoon, but I think on the wedding we spent $30K to have like a Star Wars themed outrageous wedding
Okay.
with like cakes
Mhm.
and all these guests.
How many guests?
Like about 200.
Okay.
I like the Star Wars theme.
Yeah,
You
it
guys
was-
gotta
And
let me
screw the
give you
cat.
a
Yeah,
little pro
divorced
tip.
out, but-
Pro tip from the Arabs. Okay. Let me give you a little pro tip. You can take it. Stop fucking doing a registry. You're losing a lot of money. Okay. Invite more people. Invite more people to your weddings. Ask for cash. Right. The cash should
Oh,
be.
Mexican wedding.
Yeah, because for us, right, like for me, like I'm looking to be planning a wedding relatively soon. I'm probably looking at like 900 to 1,000 people at the wedding.
Wait.
But
what?
per like, well, it's like, okay, so like the way you grow in Dearborn is a pretty Arab community. My dad's, for example, gone to like 3 weddings a weekend since he was here 30 years ago, right? And then at those weddings, he's giving out cash, right? The idea would be that when I have a wedding, he's inviting all of
I
these
like
people.
that shirt, Lactoid.
Nice. So the idea would be that he's inviting all of these people. I'm just having a wedding, which is just like, you know, the show. And then all of these people are expected to bring cash. And there is like a minimum, like a stigma, like amount, like, hey, less than this is, you know,
What's
can't
what's
do
the
that.
bit? What's minimum?
Right now it's about 100 a person, if not 150 a person.
Right. Hold on. Okay. So, do you set this, or is like the market set? Like
The
how-
market.
the minimum.
The market sets it.
The market. Okay. I think Lactoid is gonna love this thing. All right.
Yeah.
Like market fundamentals within marriage. He's been talking about that for the entire
So
time.
like 10 years ago, it used to be that like a couple going to a wedding could give $100, right? And that would cover the cost of like the food and offset a little bit of like the designs and decorations. And then enough people were invited so that the bride and groom could make out between like 20, 30 grand after all costs were paid.
I mean, but that's how the registries work too. Like, so our registry didn't have anything.
You guys have honey pots.
Yeah, but we didn't have anything less than $150 on our registry.
Yeah, but you had things, right? And fuck things. I'd rather have a bunch of cash and my wedding
fuck
paid
things.
for. Right? Like if my wedding's paid for, so like that money is like never really spent by me, right? And then I have $20 or $30, I can get all the things I want.
So I think you're also missing a big difference between like this is a cultural difference. So like Hispanics, on my my sister, she's planning her wedding. It's gonna be very similar to what you're describing, right? But now when my ex-wife and I got married, that we wanted it. It was less about the things and more about it being like a social event. We had like couple senator. We had a senator there. We had like it wasn't like the senator from like the U.S.
Yeah, he should give me more money because he's a senator.
Yeah, I mean, he gave me whatever. And we had like some Texas House of Representatives. It was like a scene and be seen like social event like kind of thing, as opposed to like we're gonna try to make out like a bandit, as because whatever.
Well,
Also,
no, this is
me and
community
my wife
based.
didn't pay
This
for
is
anything.
community based. The only reason these people are coming is because, like, once again, this is a pretty tight knit community in terms of like weddings, right? So like a small wedding for us is like a 500-600 person wedding. That's a small wedding, right? And so like an average wedding is about 700, 800, and then a large wedding's around like the 9 to 1100 like arena. So for us, this is community based because we know all the people who are coming. It just happens to be like every one of my dad's friends.
I like that
as
Lacroix
well.
has the Civil War uniform on.
I'm just trying to copy you, Gibbs.
I-
Okay?
it's a
So
good-
that you
it's
got
a
a
good
chain, and
copy.
I'm like, you know what? I gotta go with it, right?
He goes with the motorcycle too.
I
You
don't.
take off the leather, then you have the Hawaiian shirt on. You're ready to party, or you're ready to be hot.
I'm reticent to go to anyone's wedding just in general, even when it's free. When I'll get like free food, and like I guess a free DJ. If that's something I really care about. I don't. So I'm reticent to do it that way. But to actually have to pay, right? No, I'm not gonna.
But
do
you
that.
don't actually have to pay.
Yeah, you're not.
like,
Okay. Now, well, we
Hold
don't
up.
have to.
Hold
But
up,
the
Call
hold
it a
up,
market set a
minimum.
rate.
We don't have to pay.
hold up. It's if you had a kid, for example,
Okay.
and you grew up going to all these people's weddings and you were paying into these people's weddings, right?
Okay.
Now you have your kids. The way I see it is that like since everyone in the community comes to pay a little
Okay.
to help out these people have a lot. So you
Okay.
pitched in your little bit to their, to them. So now you're inviting them to pitch in their little bit down under. And so it's
I hear you, and I like the community aspect. I do like that. The strengthen community ties. That actually is beautiful to me. I love that. It just on a personal, visceral level. No, I don't.
Well, what if you were but then what if you're getting married, right? And now your wedding is free and you make out a nice little 20-30 grand as well. So now you reap the benefits of this. And then after you get married, you never have to go to a wedding again. Technically.
First of all, let's just
Gotta play the game, baby.
let's have me get the 20-30 grand while going to anyone's wedding. Let's see if we can pull that one off.
No, you
but-
get 20-30 grand at your wedding. But I'm
Yeah,
just
I know.
saying, like,
At my wedding, yeah.
hold
Let's
on.
have me do that without me going to anyone else's wedding. Let's see if we can make that happen. But I would just go to like the city and like get it done, right? Knock it out.
Yeah.
We're good to go.
I feel you.
I want it to be.
Yeah, I'm
as,
telling my fiance we should just drive through like Vegas and get married by Elvis or some shit.
yeah,
Easy peasy, and you're done.
done, right? This isn't the concern for Doobie, but like for most of us, what Gibbs is saying, like the honeymoon. Like I would rather have more money spent on the honeymoon. I'd rather have more money to spend on a house or whatever.
You
right?
guys, yeah, and I have all the money to spend on whatever the fuck I want.
You do get. I mean, I'm saying. Sorry. To be clear, I was just comparing. Talking about the Western style weddings, right? I don't want to like have a big wedding to avoid all that. You've got a different situation.
Well, think about it for you for the Western style wedding. You would have to save up to have all these things. For me, right? In traditional sense, my family pays the down payment for all these things. The way it works in the city is they understand that we get this large pot of money at the end of the night at the wedding. So you just pay the down payment. You pay the cost after the day after the wedding, right? So
Prepare the
I
bride
don't,
first,
and
prepare
then the bride and the groom walk off with
Down
With-
payments are
with-
nothing from what I understand. Like, maybe they
exactly.
don't- Well, no,
Yeah.
down payments also cost things.
They're like, yeah,
Maybe
but
they
it's
don't
once again
understand down
the families typically will help. Like once again,
Yeah.
the
Okay, so just
families
find a
typically
family
help.
that's willing to put down a down payment for you, and then
Listen, guys, listen. I'm trying to promote strong Arab values to all of you. Okay, I want everyone here to marry themselves a nice Arab Muslim girl, or convert them too, right? And then you can have the things that
No
I have,
drinking,
at least
no
for your
vaping,
children.
right?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, you can drink.
Nah,
and vape.
they
You're just
still
not a good
drink.
Muslim. You're just not a good Muslim. You know, you don't have to. I didn't say to be a good one. Okay, but I'm trying to share the tribe with you. Okay.
So sorry, go ahead, Prime.
No, you go first. No, please.
So I know a guy who was going to marry a Filipino woman, and apparently in the Philippines, there's a tradition where you have to basically give the woman a whole bunch of money, right, in
Dowry.
order to marry her. Yeah, it's basically a dowry, but like in India, the guy gets the money, but I guess in the Philippines, the girl gets the money. So he was looking through the history of the cultural tradition, and actually, it doesn't apply if she's not a virgin, right? So if she's not a virgin, they don't have to pay it. So then he tells her, so you're not a virgin before we, like, you've been with other guys before we met. So he's trying to haggle her down and like the amount of money that she was requesting. And then she got upset, right? Because that's the response that she's going to have, because she said, no, that part's antiquated, right? And then he said, well, the whole giving money part's antiquated too. The relationship didn't work out. My understanding is, but
Huge surprise.
Is this a
Shock.
self-report from Lactoid? I feel like this is
You
something
knew
not
you
me,
would do.
not me.
But it was something you would do because you would
The
look at the
passport bro thing
bylaws,
didn't work
right?
out.
You would-
Damn straight, I would do that, right? If someone was to bring back like some kind of ancient, like you owe me a bunch of money because of XYZ cultural tradition. Well, actually, in the fine print, it says you got to be a virgin and you're not. So take that 10,000, maybe $500, and a pack of cools.
Yeah.
That's all you get.
I want to bring back
You're
the
in prison now,
Dionysus
apparently.
tradition of orgies at the wedding. That's what the tradition I want to bring back. The wedding orgy, the Dionysus cults. I used to have those. I think we need to bring those back.
Wedding orgy.
Wedding orgies.
Your parents?
I think that's the
Are
most
your parents
concerning
involved with the wedding orgies? Is that a thing?
That's what I was
I
saying.
mean, might be a little
Aunts and uncles, cousins.
Down payment on the orgy.
But part of the thing about being Dionysus is madness. So seeing your parents let loose at the orgy might cause the madness. So I'm all right with that.
You know, every time the fanatic Muslims say you shouldn't drink, they always go to one example. It's like this one guy got drunk and fucked his sister, and it's probably at one of these orgies, right? You know, no, that's why we don't have them. Not family orgies, Gibbs. Just at least don't have your family around.
Well, yeah, they could just leave, and that could happen at the hotel afterwards.
See, there we go. Got
with
it.
like all the friends,
Interesting. Doobie, are you open to a family orgy? Is that something that
Not a family. I'd be open to like another kind of orgy, but not a family orgy. If I have like a harem for the night, that'd be cool. But like, yeah, I'm not fucking my uncle or something like that. So probably a bad time.
No. Even okay. So even if it's just like a marriage orgy, like it's a generalized orgy. Family members, stay away. You had sex with everyone else. Would you mind seeing like
if everyone is a female? I'm totally okay with it. I need to be the only penis there. Okay, as long as that's the case, then I'm good.
Can you define female?
Someone without a penis. Someone who's born without a penis. Okay.
But what if your grandma was there?
The fuck. No family members at my orgy. Not a single one.
All right. Doobie, your audio's a little weird. We can still hear you, but it's just like it's like.
Let me mess with it 1 second.
Yeah. Okay. Well. I mean, we're already in it. Is
that better?
You sound a little.
Hello,
you sound a little
hello?
gaining. And then
underwater vibe.
God damn it.
going.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll mess with it for a bit.
Yeah, sure. So, there we go. All right, the gang's all here. So this is Reverie Roundtable, which we have Mondays at 8 p.m. Eastern. We've got a great group of individuals there. Thank you for the raid, Wick. Awfully kind of you. I hope our friends of Wick, you guys had a good time there. Yeah. So hit the follow button. I haven't. How about Wick? Why isn't Wick on? I that's weird. I hit the shout out man for Wick, and then it
Did you do the backslash one or the exclamation point?
Oh yeah. No, I did a no. What was the
Backslash is the new better one.
yeah? What was it? What's the
Backslash
shout
shout out.
out?
And then it'll post them up at the top, and they can just follow it directly.
Huh. Okay, I've never done that before.
Learning something new every day.
Yeah. Backslash. Oh, okay. All right, interesting. Sorry, but stream elements would usually do that, and it's I don't know. All right, we'll work it out later. But thank you for that. That's all the kind. Hey, anyway, let's go support our friend Wick. He's a fantastic individual, and we love to have him around. Anyway, Reverie Roundtable. We'll go through the openings really quickly here. We got our friend Lactoid. Lactoid's here. Thank you so much. Lactoid was a few minutes late today. Lactoid is always finding new ways to be black. He's getting closer to his N-word pass, right? Week by week. So
that's the goal. I mean, Joe Lewis already said it wouldn't be offensive if I said it. So I mean, I don't know. I'm close. I'm almost there.
Yeah.
Being the N-word pass is like converting to Judaism. It's fucking almost impossible.
I bet if
It's
you
almost
converted
just
to the nation,
there.
if you join the Nation of Islam, you get the pass immediately. Yeah.
I'm looking into it. No, but Prime, thank you so much for having me on. I had to work late, so I do apologize.
No worries.
But yeah, I'm looking forward to the discussion. It'll be fun.
Yeah. Yeah, thanks so much. Next we have our friend Doobie. Doobie, thanks for being around. He's working on his audio. But thanks so much, friend. Next Corey.
It's better now. I feel better now.
So
is it
it's when you
hello?
talk consistently, like it robots in and out, basically. At
Yeah.
least that's what I hear.
Okay, I'll keep messing with it.
Yeah, and maybe like leave Discord and come back in, maybe. Corey, thank you for coming through and being wonderful, as usual. And then we have a friend Tiberius. Ty, nice to have you here, friend. Ali, who haven't had here a while. Thank you, friend. Nice to have you. Giving us great ideas to pump money out of our community. We love to see it.
Money trees.
Next we have a friend Admiral Gibbs. Advocating for dirty bombs, because how else can a conversation with Admiral Gibbs start without
Well, yeah, I mean, it actually started with talking about abscesses blowing up in my eyes. So I mean,
yeah,
very far streams.
I hope you're all right though. I hope you don't not like sick or anything, friend.
I mean, I feel like that Bond villain that cries blood. I've done that a few times. It's been pretty fun.
Okay, please get yourself checked out, friend. Seriously.
Yeah, I already went to the doctor. They were like, "Yeah, it'll be good in like a week or two." I was like, "Oh, great, thanks."
All right, fantastic. All right, well, yeah, but we hope for our best for our friend Gibbs. And then our friend Ike Rich is here with us. Thanks, friend. I had a question. I just thought of this before stream. I was watching TYT, and Anna Kasparian, she talked about like how our politics have gotten worse, and by that more contentious, and toxic. And she posits that part of the reason, at least a good majority of the reasons, is that we've moved away from like organized religion. Now she's an atheist, to be clear, right? But she says that that lack of community or purpose, at the very least, has changed, morphed into people looking for purpose in other places, like within politics, making that their whole person, and then increasing the vitriol, right? And like I had said things similar to this in the past, but like now, like I'm not so sure. Now I'm questioning this. Do you all think that our politics is worse? Our community are worse because we don't have organized religion. Like less people have them anyway. Anyone?
I think I already did this 3 weeks ago. think I argued literally this exact point.
I don't know if it's organized religion, but I mean the numbers don't lie. We're definitely becoming more politically partisan, and the disagreement. I think we're the most. I forget the exact word for it, but since the Civil War, we are the most divided politically than we've ever been, in terms of being partisan, in terms of like being unwilling to talk with somebody of the like a different political persuasion. If you look at the Pew, for example, just recent studies are indicating that like half of Democrats and half Republicans just don't want to have. They don't have friends that disagree with them. They just don't want to talk to them. And if they find out, then they're just going to cut them out of their life.
Okay. Ali, I think.
I mean, yeah, I mean, I think mainly because like the religion encouraged more family and community like gatherings and togetherness, right? And so with that, you have maybe less squabbling over minute like one issue. Like you don't have one issue voters at that point because you're coming to a community and your community's more or less in agreement, right? Like you're kind of all swayed, you're all following this one track. It tends to make sense.
I mean, there are other countries that are, I think, less religious than the United States. Well, definitely less religious than that. And I don't think I haven't checked the actual data, but I don't think they're as polarized. Whereas I'm sure maybe religion is a part of it, but I think it's hard to single that out alone because there are we have the experiments are being run of like there are totally countries that are less religious and they are less polarized. Those countries I'm pretty sure exist.
I generally find
which ones, because you said that like there are and
some are.
Yeah, I think France is overall less religious and secular. I don't know if they're specifically less polarized than the United States. I haven't looked at it, but I would suspect.
That's what I said.
They've
They've always
always
been
been
polarized.
more-
You picked
like
But
Yeah.
well, so obviously there's history there. But I'm talking about I don't know how it compares to the United States. I don't know what metric we use to like sort of measure polarization per se. But you can look at whatever the UK, Scandinavian countries, like those tend to be pretty secular, like low rates of religiosity.
I'm going to argue that the Nordics have largely been able to make the transition very, very well. However, they have very, very strong social institutions. Labor movement literally took the power or place of organized religion a long time ago. We can dissect that if you want to, but basically, your civic engagement is the fact that you're part of organized labor. The United Kingdom is having every single problem that we are regarding political polarization. They're literally in lockstep with us. Pretty much the entire Anglosphere is. Eastern Europe's a fucking mess, but I largely blame it on the fact that they're still trying to escape the shadow of the Soviet Union.
I disagree. I gotta say, this is a fundamentally wrong concept. I mean, if you look at religion throughout the centuries, I mean, there's almost nothing except for maybe communism that has killed more people than religion. So the idea that like religion is this some kind of calming factor is laughable at best. Like, I don't know how anybody can even argue that. I mean, like even like within our own country, how many times is religion being used to justify just heinous acts, right? Like slavery was justified through the use of religion, right? We've seen cults do crazy things via religion. So the idea that we're lacking some sort of unifying religion that's going to like make everything better, make things like more community oriented, is total bullshit and laughable.
For governments, no, the government shouldn't like it should be separation of church and state. However, for communities of people, definitely the more religious communities, then they stay together more. Religious couples, the marriages are longer. They have more kids, so on and so forth. I mean, that is kind of proven.
Well, longer marriage doesn't equate to a happier or better quality marriage.
Yeah, but it does equate to a better quality of life for the children. Like long term, it does equate to like, yeah, I mean, having a more stable foundation. You don't have single mothers. You don't have two people now trying to you don't have two different people paying separate rents. They're paying one mortgage, one rent, whatever it may be. It does make it economically like feasible and better for them, 100%. They might not be happier, but who's to say that they're going to be happier if they're single? Outside of abuse, I know that's the thing that's going to be brought up immediately.
Some people like the abuse, so they might be happy then even. So
no, I know that generally speaking, marriage is correlated with whatever greater overall well-being, but I'm just saying it's not exactly a one-to-one. That's all. Where I don't think most people are. Let's just say, I don't think anyone would be in favor of like the argument that gets to tend to be put forth is like, yeah, marriage, increases your happiness, well-being, et cetera, et cetera. But if we just put out a lottery of like, well, now I'm married to lactoid now, which I just got my certificate in the mail. Okay, I'm pretty sure there's gonna be no increase in my happiness or well-being at all. Where there's clearly something underlying that, and not marriage specifically.
Well, yeah, that's why it would be like the one, and you have the community aspect that kind of pushes marriage and kind of wants to help people get married, and so now these people think marriage is a good thing. They're enjoying their marriages more. It's within the community. It seems to be that within religious communities, they do want to be married. They are married longer, and then and if the correlation is that the overall well-being is better, I mean, so it's just there. Obviously, some people aren't going to be happy, and then you can get divorced. But for the 50% of people that stay together, it seems to be working out.
I haven't looked into how marriage, whatever, people in marriages by religiosity. I don't know how, let's say, Christian marriages compare to whatever Muslim marriages, whatever other religion. I think you'd see some differences there in terms of like, I think if you pulled Muslim marriages in certain Muslim majority countries, I think depending on who you ask, you'll get different rates of well-being and happiness.
Prime, you have a hype train if you wanted to.
Oh, hold on. I wasn't looking. Thank you, Admiral Gibbs and JDO TXT, or TXL, excuse me, for 325 bits. They say people have less place for validation and seek it wholly on ideological lines, which causes more volatility, in my opinion. Thank you for that. I'd like to maybe even explore that for a second. What all the other ripping and tearing. Oh, ripping and tearing. Okay, cool. That's a pretty cool name. Thank you for the tier 1 sub.
You know what that's from? That's from that video with the guy at Hedonism 2. He's like, yeah, what are you here for? He's like, I'm here for the wild women, the ripping and the tearing, the ripping and the tearing. Ever seen that? Yeah, that's definitely what that's from.
What that is. Ripping and tearing. Is that where you get your name from? It just sounds pretty rad to me, but I don't know what I have no idea where that might be from. But thank you. Oh, that's absolutely from there. Oh, okay. All right. So Gibbs has got it. All right. Shout out to you. Anyway, we're at level 1 hype train. Which these are first donations for this month, for the month of June. We just got started again. So we're at level 1, 44% done. Is it 56% left? Yeah, 56% left. Can we get to a level 2 hype train? Consider helping us out. Subs to the channel. I haven't done so yet. If you're out there, you haven't subbed, consider doing that. Use your Amazon Prime, says Prime Gaming here. It's a free sub. Just use that one free sub here. Powers our community, free for you, but does a lot for us. You get ad-free viewing, and you'll get our emotes, and you'll be keeping us around. We do need your help, so consider doing that. We'd very much appreciate it. So yeah, sub, and thank you, Ripping and Tearing, for just like deciding to just join in. My first time, usually your first time typing in chat too, and you decided, okay, I'll also become part of the crew. It's really much appreciated. So yeah, so help us out with this hype train. Don't let it die at level 1 hype train. But sub to channel, Noritas, thank you for the 300 bits. Putting us at 54%. So now we need 46% left. Thank you for the 300 bits, Noritas, who's a consistent donator to the community. But yeah, less than 90 seconds left. Help us get to a level 2 hype train. It'd be fantastic if we could. But I had other I had a question about when I was thinking of the thing Anna said, right? In my mind, I was like, if social media was around the 1950s, right? If we had Twitter, all the rest, Facebook, in the 1950s, would it be like significantly better, right? Or 1940s, or pick whatever time you consider to be more religious, right?
Thing that
Like,
speaks about Bolshevik. Fuck, what is it?
Is someone else
Thanks for the
here?
gift, Admiral Gibbs.
Oh.
Gibbs.
This is
Gibbs, are you watching someone else's stream and gifting?
Yeah, I did. I've for their wedding. I'm sorry, I got distracted. I don't know what just happened.
That she sounded like she was at her wedding.
Yeah, she was talking about her wedding, so I gifted her. Anyway, what happened? I missed it. I'm dying.
Yeah, who was that though?
That was Nina.
It was Nina. Okay, Toby in the chat guessed it was Nina. But okay. It's nice. Shout to Nina. Anyway.
Yeah, free advertising there.
Yeah.
How did y'all know that? Could y'all hear that in here?
Yeah, we could hear her.
Why? Why is that doing
I
that?
don't know, dude.
It's weird. All right, well, don't worry about it.
You're muted, Ical.
Of course he is. So, Ical, if
I was muted because Gibbs was not. I was kind of balancing things out. No, yeah, I think your mic just was picking up something coming out of a speaker. Gibbs.
It's crazy. Okay. Oh, I bet I know why. Okay.
Okay. So yeah, what do you guys think? Do you think that, pick whatever religious time you want, that it would be significantly different if like the if there's still rewards, right? Like social credit to be gained, social there's a term for this and I'm blanking on it. But if you can get something out of, being the loudest, right? If you can sometimes monetize your outbursts on Twitter, if you can get those same benefits, would that change it? Even if people are having more religious, they go to church every week, maybe multiple times a week.
I think it would help a little bit. Like, I've got two problems that I think are bigger. Number one is that because of the way that the politics are moving to where like Republicans are not what they were 10 years ago, I would argue now Democrats aren't even what they were 2 years or 10 years ago. You don't have neighbors who disagree with you unless you're in the burbs. If you're out in the sticks, it's like 80% Republican out here. There's not a lot of people to push back on you. If you're in the if you're in the cities, even if you're in like Fort Worth, it's still like 60% of people are Democrats, right? When you don't have that ability to engage and have somebody push you back, I do think it makes radicalism. I really do. The other side of this, and this is where I want to kind of throw a knife at Lactoid from last week, people want their politics to be sexy. They want it to be entertaining. This is horrible. Stop. Like, time to be the adults in the room. We know what this is. Political theater makes us hate each other. All it is just putting politics on the show, and we make people that are completely unhinged and ridiculous. And I'm going to throw another knife out here. Someone like Eli Monty, which most people are abhorrent to fucking talk to. And then we treat them like the Democrats, like they're normal in that regard, when it's actually people like Ical Rich that make up the Democrats. And like, there's a hell of a fucking difference. Huh? Oh, like, dude, I literally watched Parallax become a raging conservative because of how his takes are.
We changed his name to Nazi.
You should like that.
I think Ty just called me boring.
No, I called you rational insane.
It was a subtle insult, Ico.
Well,
we don't like entertaining politics. We like Ico.
We don't want politics to be entertaining. We want Ico Rich.
Yeah,
rational insane.
Well, look, whether like this is actually my problem. I can talk to Ico Rich about our fundamentally different issues that we agree upon in our moral codes. I can have it like a real conversation, but more importantly, I can negotiate with Rich and expect him to hold to the conversations that we have and the bargains that we have. When we treat each other to the degree where we're all fucking enemies and literally everyone is a communist that's on the left or everyone's a fascist on the right, of course we can't get along.
I think you're touching on something. Yeah, I think you're touching on something that I was thinking about just now, which is the idea that like, so if you were just saying, hey, I can talk to Ico Rich and I can trust that he's going to like adhere to whatever like social confines of conversation or whatever, right? I feel like if you remove religion from society, everything's basically up for grabs. You lose the ability to say that things are right or wrong anymore, like objectively. And I think that you kind of see this with abortion. You see this with LGBT stuff. everything is up for grabs. Everything is now things that are, you could look to like a religious book and say, hey, well, this is wrong, or we shouldn't do this because the God said so here. Now it's just some dude's opinion 2,000 years ago. So who gives a fuck? Now we need to argue over everything. And touching on what Tiberius was saying, I think it's true that most people don't really interact with people, even in their like family circles, friend circles. They're not really going to interact with people that have a very like a huge vastly different perspectives, vastly different life experiences, because people tend to just stick around where they grew up. But I think worse than that is people now have the ability to kind of curate their own little echo chamber on the internet, right? They look at the Twitter accounts they want to look at that already agree with them, they reinforce their beliefs. YouTube, Facebook, Discord, even. I have this issue all the time. I'm in a little like Discord microcosm, right, of like politics, where anytime I give like right now, it's like Pride Month, so we gave the Pride people the ability to like host events and whatnot for Pride stuff, and immediately they started creating an echo chamber. Because they're all very LGBT, they're all very pro-LGBT stuff, so they would shut down all of their conversations. So, I don't know. I think that you need to break that up. But I think that the touching on the religious thing, I think that we just lost the ability to have like a default set of principles that are guiding our politics. And I think that's really what you miss out on with the religious thing.
Let's go to Lactoid and Gibbs.
Couple points. First of all, I will stand by what I said. I think politics should be entertaining. I think it's good to be entertaining. I'm not saying that you should just be entertaining. I don't think that somebody should like have no basis in fact or theory and just like be throwing shit. I mean, you can do that if it's just an entertainment, right? But no, I think it's important to keep people's attention. I think it's important to also have fun in life as well, like while you're doing something important at the same time. We're here for a short time, and so we should make it a good time as much as possible.
Amen.
Absolutely. And then in terms of that's not to say that people shouldn't think about their positions, obviously. As to the political polarization, I think Doobie's right that a lot of it has to do with people being able to curate their spaces a lot more. So as some of you know, I used to be much further left than I am now. And like socialist communist, right? I still got a Communist Manifesto here that I used to carry around with me. No, I'm not. Well, according to just maybe one person, I am, but most people would not regard me as a socialist. And one of the things that I think was difficult for me was that a lot of people who I'd grown up with or friends of mine just didn't want to have anything to do with me anymore when I kind of challenged the orthodoxy of their opinions. And the common phrase that I heard was, and you can see this all over social media, which is, look, a debate is like, should pineapple go on pizza, or should this happen, or like, what's the best kind of car? A debate is not my fundamental human rights. Those are not up for discussion. This is not up for discussion. This is not up for discussion, and that's not up for discussion. If you don't agree with me, you're out. I'm going to remove you. I feel like I've been seeing more of that recently, and I think part of that does have to do with. I think part of the polarization has to do with people have a lot easier time getting rid of people who they disagree with, as opposed to perhaps in the past, in which it's more difficult to just tell the one conservative in the friend group at the bowling alley to get the fuck out, because that's where the people would go hang out. But I do wonder if religion perhaps provided some kind of unifying, like upper level agreement, because the objection seems to be we can't disagree on the important stuff. We can only disagree on the unimportant stuff. But if everybody thinks we're all going to heaven, then all this politics shit, a lot of this politics shit is relatively less important, right? So as long as we agree on the most important stuff, aka like the Christian God, and then we can disagree on like, other stuff like tax policy or, et cetera, then in that way, perhaps by building some kind of higher thing that people could associate with, religion perhaps provided that. Again, it's inarguable that political polarization is happening, but that it's very correlated with the rise of social media. Around 2014 is when you really start seeing it take off. And well, I think
well, like just to kind of touch on that, I forgot to mention this earlier. So I think that because of the rise of social media, I think that people have like they tend to overestimate how common the crazies on the other side are. and they tend so like if there was a poll a while back where they were like they asked a bunch of Republicans, what percent of people do you think are trans, or what percent of children do you think are like going through gender reassignment surgery or whatever the fuck? And they had like this fucking wild figure. They way overestimated this, and I think this is because you look at social media. There are stories like this out there, and you're going to see those stories all the fucking time.
Yep.
Especially if you're already in the algorithm, is liking this kind of content or watching this kind of content, it's going to feed it you constantly. So really, even if you're saying like, because you should know that, hey, even if I see 20 videos like this today, I'm in a nation of 300 million plus people. It's still not very common, right? Even if these 20 people exist out there somewhere. But people just like, I think they lose perspective. Now, this happens on the right and on the left.
100%. And I think this is with any topic that's in social media, right? So, I mean, you had the fit, like, what was it, Matt Walsh, who like said some crazy overestimation about what percent of America was trans, right? And then you also have like Americans by and large dramatically overestimating the amount of black men that are killed by the police. You have people dramatically, like anything that goes viral on social media, people believe it to be a big problem, even if the numbers don't reflect that. And so I think this is perhaps feeding into the polarization, because it's, if every problem is a catastrophe, now your friends who maybe don't think it's a catastrophe, they're problematic, right? These motherfuckers over here, they're not getting with the program. They're not within the orthodoxy. We have to exclude them. We can't associate with them. Their speech is harmful. Their existence is arguably harmful, right? I think that a lot of people believe this.
I even fall prey to it myself. Like, I'm not going to act like I don't.
Let's go to Gibbs and then Ty.
Yeah, so I absolutely want to push back on something Tiberius said here, which was the about the entertainment aspect. I think entertainment is crucial and absolutely key, especially for places like Twitch Poll and like in here. I mean, nobody wants to sit here. I mean, maybe there's a small segment of society that wants to watch a bunch of debate blowers circle jerk over very niche topics. Sure. However, it's way more enjoyable when you have some political theater involved, and like people will get the message out. If you don't have any political theater involved, then you're not getting anything about. I also want to push back against the idea of like what you said about Aiko here. Aiko and I have had many a conversation, especially late night on stream, that has been some of my best numbers that have been highly entertaining, wild conversations, and it is political theater, because the good thing about political theater is you can use it to paint an extreme or a picture and make it like somewhat more humorous, and then okay, that's the extreme, or more serious, like, oh, like I've said, I mean, I'll actually advocate for some of these things, like, oh, I'll say drone strikes on the border. Okay, that's extreme, right? I actually don't really think that's going to get passed. However, if we can get the extreme passed, we can get something, palpable, actually passed. You know what I'm saying? That's kind of where I go with that when you go to the extremes. So if we don't have any sort of political theater, then what you're going to have is people not caring about politics, right? They don't care. They're just not interested. You're not going to have people even wanting to vote, and then you can have lower turnouts, and you only have a very niche group of people even voting, and which is worse for participation. It's worse for democracy. And I think now is actually an exciting time, even though we are so divided, because there is so much political theater. More people today care about politics than ever before, right? Like I don't stand for. I know there's been some debate about like progressive victory, right? And what they stand for here on Twitch. However, I actually don't have a problem with it. One of the things they do, which is go out and register voters. The more people register to vote, the better. Everybody should be voting. Everybody should be doing this. And having progressives and having conservatives and having people that care about a space that is basically all political theater is a good thing, because it gets more people involved.
All right, I'm going to take this.
Yeah,
Okay. I'm going to take this next, since I'm replying to Lectoid and Gibbs. So, two sides of this. Number one, I will admit that I'm absolutely kind of a stick in the mud. I can definitely be an old school square. But that's because politics are like very important to me. I don't really want to make jokes of it. I don't want to make a mockery of it, because it is two things on this. Number one, like for me, like it's an extreme honor to have the system that we do. Like, even if you don't feel like your voice and your impact is that big, because you might be literally one of 200 million people that vote for the president, the fact that we get any say at all, to me, with knowing the history of the humanity, is a wondrous thing for me. I actually get to participate, and that's a wondrous and honorable thing. The second thing here is that, like, people's lives are on the line, right? Whenever we actually have the elections over and policy is crafted, people can lose their livelihoods. People can lose their jobs because this industry over here got desubsidized, or this one got subsidized. The implications of our actions are immense, and I try to actually keep that kind of like very well nooked and squared away because I think that I have serious responsibilities in exercising political authority and political power. But there is two things that I'll at least kind of side with you on a little bit here. Number one, the benchmarking thing is actually kind of true, right? Make some kind of like ridiculous, exonerous claim of like, hey, we want like the moon and the stars and the fucking heavens. And then you're just like, actually, we just want a trip to Mars. You know, like benchmarking is a thing. I think it's a little gauche, but I can roll with it. When it comes to political apathy, I'm a little give and take on. On one side, I want people to have my values as saying that the system is honorable and worth participating in, and it's that's important. On the other side of this, I acknowledge that the result is the more people that seem to want to vote lately, the worse our politics get. So I can't square that circle in my head. Anyway, I'm done. Thank you very much.
I'm going to go to Corey next, but before then, I had a question. You said much earlier, Ty. Eli Monty? You mean he's a streamer, right? Like a black streamer?
Yeah.
Something
So,
Yeah,
happened.
he's calling people out.
Just some background, Prime Caves. We did a panel last week where he went full-fledged, for lack of a better way to put this, black Nazi is the only way to describe it, and then lost his mind and basically got so mad at me that he muted me for the entire panel, then blocked me even though I don't follow him, and then just like lost his mind. So yeah, he went full-fledged like black nationalist, put people in camps that aren't black. He like went nuts. It was highly political theater, highly entertaining. I take pride in the fact that I got him to quit and cry and block me, and I own his soul. And y'all can take that however y'all want. Fuck that bitch.
Okay, hold on. We're gonna go back to the conversation at hand, but this interests me. Eli Monty used to come on All Black Everything, right? That was quite a while ago. But then he got upset and then he didn't come back. So it is what it is.
I doubt he's gonna be streaming for a while again after that.
So hold on, but I need to know details. So because
What brought him to this point?
yeah, what conservatives would consider black Nazi. Me and you might have different ideas of what that is. What exactly was said?
Let me just put it this way. Do you know who Parallax and Ancom Psycom are?
I know
they're very left-leaning individuals.
Like when you have literally some of the most left-wing people I know going, "Yo, dude, you've got to fucking slow your goddamn roll. Like you're literally going to turn me into a raging conservative." Like that's kind of one of those like cues, and that's where he got.
I don't know who these people are. So again,
okay, that's fair.
I'm asking you, like what was said.
He was, yeah. I mean, basically, it was round up people, put them in camps, like just wild shit. Like
just round up all people, including the black people. That's what he said. I'm sure.
No, I don't remember exactly what he said. I'd have to bring up the vlog.
If you weren't born here in America, then you shouldn't be. You're just as bad as them. You're basically black colonizers. You're like all sorts of wild shit. Like if you're like,
true.
If you're
what Adolf believes, by the way.
Yeah, basically, if you weren't advocating for what he was advocating for, then you're a race traitor. Farrakhan's a hero. Like all sorts of wild shit. Like he just went like full fledged. I mean, he didn't exactly say word for word that part. I'm paraphrasing, but yeah, basically.
I suspect
he basically did say any black man who disagrees with me is an Uncle Tom. He did outright say that. I do remember that.
Yeah, it was. And he excluded any black man that was an immigrant because they were black colonizers. That was another direct quote.
Okay, all right. So hold on. Eli Monty, when he was on my channel way back when, was actually like a really overall nice guy, right? Like a sweet person. Now I yelled at him about something, right? And he got real sad boy about it, and then just wouldn't come back. That's fine.
What'd you yell at him out for? Details.
I don't remember.
He also called like Lethe a secret plant, Uncle Tom, because he was willing to have conservatives on his panel. All sorts of wild shit. Yeah, it was like all. Yeah, he basically just went full fledged. Like if Hitler was black, this is what it would have looked like.
Lethe is one of the kindest people on this platform.
Nice guy.
Yeah, a really positive individual.
Well, we would think so because we're white conservatives, right? And Eli, he's called them out on that.
And I'm a race trader. What?
Did you know that?
I didn't.
The Black Council has decided.
Did you get the memo, race trader?
Because you have me and Lactoid on here.
Apparently, yeah. But he was really kind individual previously. Because anyone provide me with clips or like a VOD so I can watch this myself?
Maybe Ask Lethe. I don't know. I think the VOD might be deleted because it was pretty close to TOS, like what some of the shit he was saying.
I'll see if I can bring it up.
I know I definitely deleted my VOD of it.
Oh, you got to private these things, man. Like, what are you doing?
Well, yeah, I mean, even then, I always delete them even if they don't go published because
Just having them in
I,
the
I,
draft.
I don't want to get banned, like because the
They
Twitch
can't
let me
look at it
double
if it's
check
unpublished, right?
The Twitch
They
can.
can.
I mean,
Can they
they
look at your
probably could, but
drafts?
are they doing that? Like, I
Yeah,
don't. If
so
it's unpublished, are they really
yeah,
looking at
so
your
for a
shit?
week, so I had a girl break her tits out twice on stream, and I deleted both VODs, and they still hit me with a shadow ban for like a week, and I had like sexual content themes on mine that I didn't add. So I
You
went
still
back.
have it.
No,
Yeah,
I
I don't-
added
Wait,
them
hold
now.
on.
I added
Wait,
them now.
wait.
Yeah.
Were they good looking tits? Like, was she attractive?
They were very nice titties.
Oh my God!
Congratulations.
Just
You
like the
gotta-
You
third
should
or fourth
you should
time.
get a reduced ban for that. Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I-
the nice.
You gotta ask the important questions for him.
yeah. So for like the last like 3 or 4 times it's happened, it's been nice tits. Thank God we haven't had no fucking
3 or 4.
crazy
It
ones.
seems like there's a consistent pattern. I don't know how coincidental or accidental this is.
Hey, listen, I told her not to do it, and then I turn and I'm doing something on the other screen. All of a sudden, titties, and I'm like, damn it.
Yeah.
He said,
You
"Please
shouldn't be-
don't
you shouldn't be
reveal
punished for
yourself." And
that.
she just
The first time, that was her fault. The second time, that was your fault.
yours.
No, the second time was her fault. First time was definitely like Modi's fault, but that's neither here nor there.
Everyone check out Admiral Gibbs stream because wild shit is happening there. Like that's where the party's at. Like
Twitch after 3 a.m.
This is
does
all
nothing.
during
They don't
conversations
check.
with iCow too.
yeah, all of the conversation. But no, okay. One, Gibbs needs to be saving some of these clips, passing on to your
Yeah, I got
homies,
one for you.
so that we can watch that. But two, when you hit the delete button on Twitch, like I am sure it deletes it off of your, dashboard. But like Twitch absolutely has access to that, and I don't know how long they keep those things. But for moderation purposes, they definitely have that, so they can ban you. I deleted things immediately, and then like I got hit with a strike. Not something I did, but other people did on stream. So that's the thing that happens. And then okay. So we have okay. So Ty and Admiral Gibbs are helping me out here. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna look at.
Did to be clear, I also called him a pussy. That's what I'm doing in the first clip.
Oh, I mean.
Okay.
Yeah.
Rich is trying to get back in, by the way.
Oh yeah.
I'm in.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So okay, I'll take a look at these later. But this is like surprising. Like again, like even if he like we left things on not so positive terms on my end, I always thought of Eli Monty as a sweet individual overall. So
Maybe
I'm
it's a
just
bad
like
day.
curious as to like how things could have gone. I mean, if you guys are being accurate with your description, this actually seems completely shocking to me. So let's.
I mean,
go...
it's pretty
I
funny.
got a
but, like,
story regarding him too.
Yeah, so like my thing
Oh.
is like Tiberius is saying, like the people I know you don't know them that were agreeing with me are like people that I don't think have once ever agreed with me on any issue ever, and they go literally were like, oh, well we're going to. They're like, you literally turned me into like a raging conservative, deciding with Gibbs because of the wild shit you're saying, and then he just went on like, well, so you're white and white people are inherently racist. Gibbs isn't Hispanic, yada yada yada. I asked him if he could speak like another language other than his own, and he said, no, I'm not going to do that because that's some racist bullshit. And then he's like, you can't speak another language either. So I started speaking Spanish to him. And I called him like, we're not going to say what I called him in Spanish. But anyway, I call it. So he got butthurt about that. And then it's good. It turned into a real wild time. But yeah, I would say that these are also like rational, normal, like not dickhead like people that let these. These are like I mean,
Yeah.
unless you think like somebody like Iko Rich here, who's a saint, is a dickhead, then you would think these people are dickheads, right? Like otherwise, you're not
Yeah.
gonna think that. And so he just was going crazy, but it's not important. We can get back to things.
I'll check it out, but like it seems like at some point, like some of these people get like fucking brainworms. I don't know, like, and they just go out. Like something happens, or maybe
I think
like
it's their inner you coming out, right? They've been like hiding it for so long, and someone triggers them, and then they release.
it could be
vitriol.
that, or it could be that people are just having mental health issues. And like if you're on social media, these things that would have happened in private, there'd be a slow change, and your family would like become concerned about you over a long period of time, right? They just like explosively happen in front of like however big your audience is. And I think his audience is actually pretty big. So
There's some times where I legitimately ask myself if I'm losing my damn mind.
confirmed. But anyway, let's go to. But
Fair
like
enough.
I
Fucking
wanna
Saul coming.
Yeah, very briefly, it was
Yeah.
one of the earliest panels I was on. It was a WIC panel, and it was with Eli, and it was about bullying culture. If we bully too much, and and I don't know why I did this, but I like
You bullied
I
him.
had I didn't bully him. I had recalled somebody telling me about an earlier panel in which people in his chat were like going off, like and saying some crazy stuff, and he was agreeing with them. This was probably like 2 years ago, and yeah, and I went back and looked through it, and he didn't take it down. And yeah, like they were calling for like deaths and killing them, and like and he was laughing along with it. And so I literally screenshotted that and then brought it up and confronted him at the panel of bullying. I'm like, you think bullying's bad? Well, here are a bunch of people in your chat calling to like kill people, and you're laughing along with it, like kill the panelists, and you're laughing along with it. And then it was awkward, and there was some yelling back and forth. But he did apologize. To give him credit, he did apologize and say he'll try to do a better job at moderating his chat.
Yeah,
But it sounds like he's become his chat though, from what you guys.
Yeah, I mean, basically the only people he's apologizing to is the Secondese tribe. Y'all know who that is? The Secondese
Who?
nuts tribe, because fuck that bitch. This guy
The
is
second.
Wow.
Oh,
Oh my God.
okay, he got me.
Fucking
He got me there. That's interesting. So maybe because like it was like 2 years ago when he was on APE, like around there, maybe even maybe a little longer, but like so maybe he was always like this. I don't know.
I've seen, in his defense, I've seen him actually have decent conversations with the people. But I know he's got a lot of opinions that will just innately piss off the right. When I see certain people that's supposed to be on your team completely flip against you, I'm usually like, okay, you're probably going too far. And that's where he alienated a lot of people lately.
Once again, I'm just gonna withhold judgment. I'll take a look at the
Sure.
clips.
No.
and
I'm
also-
not.
Yeah,
Do
no,
your
I
own
hear you.
investigation. I encourage that.
No, I just we can move on from now. I'm just surprised, very surprised. So Corey, you had your hand up, and then Aiko. You want to say?
Yeah, I'll try to remember my point. Yeah, this aspect of theatrics. Okay. Where, I guess I'm like a stick in the mud like Tiberius here, where I don't think do I think politics should be like absolutely boring? And like, there should be absolutely no entertainment value at all to it. No, I don't think that. But like, yeah, I think a good example actually even like occurred today where like, Dr. Anthony Fauci, whatever, there was this whole, whatever conference, or whatever, 3 hours, and pretty much from, in my view, like largely waste time, like pretty much like all pure theatrics and mostly just being asked ridiculous questions, where like, yeah, I think I don't have any data to back it up, but I think we're seeing an increase in theatrics and a decrease in actual, politics being useful. I think that's pretty much like borne out more or less in the data in terms of
Corey, let me
people's
ask you this.
satisfaction with like Congress and how the political system is operating, where pretty much we moved in the direction of theatrics and moved less in the direction of like actually being politically useful and actually getting things done.
So Corey, let me ask you this then, all right? Because if you're on that's your take, right? All right. So here on this panel, several times we've talked about how you have a problem with credentialism, right? As a member of the academia, right? And I did this mockingly as a joke, and I think it's a very good meme and good bit. I went and got a double doctorate, right? And I think that right there in of itself is a great political theater, hilarious. It proves a point. It actually proves your point, right? That anybody can get a degree if they do whatever, or like an equivalent, or like I can get a credential. And like, what's more effective? Someone sitting here breaking down the statistics for the credentialism, or me going within 20 minutes of going, oh, we found this, and I go, congratulations, boys, I'm now a double doctorate, and then 3 days later having a double doctorate literally right here that I can hold up, like, and say, look how I'm educated I am. What are you?
Can you open those up? I want to see what's inside.
Yeah, they are diplomas. My first name's Justin, guys. We're gonna dox myself. Look, we got the Doctor of Divinity, and then we have the a Doctorate of Metaphysics. Yeah. See, so like I said, we can get.
Wait, I thought you got one in science somewhere.
Yeah, metaphysics.
Yeah.
What's
I don't think
metaphysics? What means beside physics, like
Besides
beyond
physics.
it.
It's
No,
more
it's
than.
above.
I like to think of it as more than physics.
Yeah, it's a superset of
Beyond
physics.
physics.
Yeah.
Oh, that makes sense.
Okay, not 100% sure of the point that you were making, Gibbs.
So my point is, what do you think is more effective? Me doing something like that, or like somebody giving an hour long, oh, well, look how all these statistics show that credentialism is bad, versus me going, let me show you how bad credentialism is, and then come back and I have 2 doctors in 20 minutes on total bullshit. Wouldn't that prove your point more effectively than having a debate bro hour thing where some guy gives a boring ass speech with no charisma like Fauci did?
Well, no, because I think that speaks to my point of like, well, I agree with you
Yeah, I know
that
we
you
agree on
getting
this point.
no.
Yeah.
Well, let me finish my point. I agree with you that you getting a double doctorate is entertaining, but I don't see that as a good thing or even like politically useful or good. Just as like just as when Dr. Anthony Fauci is being questioned, I can see how for many Republicans that is entertaining. Okay, and they like
Let me just to
Dr.
clarify
Anthony Fauci
my
in the
point.
hot seat.
I agree with you
But
on the credentialism, right? And I did that to prove that like academia is suffering, and there is a difference in
it
like
is.
degrees, right? Like so, like this is I brought this up before when I was arguing with Ty recently about like poli sci degrees. I said that if you don't get a poli sci degree from a like university that has a presidential library, I consider it basically toilet paper, right? Because you're not going to have the research fundamentals, all this stuff. There's also differences in like say like if I was going to go and try to get like a trade school degree and I went and got it from like Del Mar as opposed to like an actual technical school, there's like difference in credentialism, right? There is problems with credentialism. I think it's much more effective to do like a meme example with 30 seconds. I can put that in a clip. We can show it and a million people can understand why credentialism is bad versus, oh, this guy gave an hour long speech that was boring as fuck about like statistics that nobody gives a shit about. Which do you think is more effective?
Well, no.
You got to admire the conciseness of it, right, Corey?
Wait,
I mean,
wait,
it's
no,
pretty
no.
concise point.
Yeah, I agree, and I see that as a problem. This is like I think this is one of the reasons why also like this bleeds into so many other things of like why overall in the United States and even Canada as well we have like increased rates of obesity and overweight and just overall unhealthy lifestyles, and it's like the mentality is like, oh well, pretty much what do you do when you're in the position of like the good thing, okay, the better thing for you is less palatable to you. Okay, where I think there's argument you should learn to like healthy food. You should learn to like a salad and like eating fruits and vegetables. What do you should learn to like exercise, some sort of exercise. What do you do? That's something that you should value, just as you should value the political system, just as you should value being able to get into the weeds and actually having sophisticated conversations, and opposed to a 5-second soundbite.
Yeah, I guess I'm just arguing about the effectiveness of it, though. Like, right? If I
Yeah,
like,
it's
like,
effective to the idiots. I agree.
well, okay. Let's use it even more. Like say you're talking about obesity, right? Say I don't know. Let's use me. Say I die tomorrow. I'm dead, and I donate my body to science. And you're the guy that's going to do the autopsy, and you pull out my heart, and it looks like you can't see my heart because it's covered in lard, right?
That's
Would
how
you
that
say
works.
that? Yeah, I don't know if that's how it works, but let's just say it is. You see it, you pull it out.
It
It's
is how it
covered in
works.
lard. Yeah, it is. Okay, whatever. It's
But-
covered in lard, and you're like, wow, look, this is what
Don't argue
happens
with
when you
Gibbs. He
don't
has a
work
double
out.
doctorate.
Yeah, I do. Right. If you pull this out and go, hey, this is what happens. This is a person that never exercises. And then you pull out, oh, Lance Armstrong died. Yeah, he did steroids, but hey, look at his heart. His heart is lean, mean, killer machine. Like, what's going to be more effective? You sit here going, yes. And the Lord said on the 5th day, the statistics look like all fat people in America are getting fatter.
I
or,
reject that
or
The,
hey,
hyperbole
look
the
at
for
Lord
this
this.
ran
example.
What kind of
What's
polls
more
did the Lord
effective?
run?
I mean, that's not the point. I'm just trying to be monotone.
Well, no,
right?
but like, well, I think
Gibbs, I think you just made Corey's point.
yeah,
But
like
that's fine. We're making the
I
same
think
point.
we
I'm saying
tried this.
political
Like
theater
this was
is more
tried with
effective.
like poor advertising or whatever ad campaigns for like drugs in the 90s of like the eggs in the frying pan and like don't do drugs. Like these are just all stupid
Those
things.
were effective. Like you
Yeah, what-
remember
Or-
those
or-
were
or-
effective?
Pictures of the smokers on the cigarette packs too.
Yeah, what happened? Nobody smokes cigarettes anymore.
There's well, yeah, even then, like if you we get into that, but the evidence that those graphic images are actually effective is pretty dubious.
Well, heavy smokers are not effective, but for light smokers, they're slightly effective.
Or like
It
new
might be good at
smokers?
preventing, let's say, someone from
If you're on
taking
the
up smoking,
fence,
but
Yeah.
it does not seem to influence actual quitting behavior of like you're a
Yeah,
smoker
well,
and you now
quitting,
Yeah,
I mean,
but the
you're already
prevention is
addicted,
probably
yeah.
more of the goal than the quitting
It's
behavior.
prevention.
Yeah.
but Corey, you just used holy statistics to prove your point again. Like if that's the thing that's being examined, right? Then you probably that's the one instance where you probably don't want to appeal to statistics, right? Because you're trying to show that statistics are themselves meaningful. So you're kind of polluting the the data if you're going to refer to the data in order to say the data is useful.
Yeah, that's fair. But yeah, my overall arching point is
Don't get me wrong, you're right. I'm
Do
just
you have
saying,
statistics
it's
that?
one
Well,
time-
wait. Do you have statistics that show statistics are reliable?
No, I don't. Well, so like,
That's-
so
And if you
my
did,
point,
that would be circular, wouldn't it?
like,
Yeah,
yes,
think about
I agree.
You go
But
to like a dare campaign. There was a guy that was the opposite guy. He was some rich asshole. He's like, "Well, don't listen to these dare people. I do cocaine every day and I make more money than all of them. Which is going to be more effective? You're going to listen to that guy. Or you're going to listen to the asshole dare people that are boring. I'm going to listen to the rich guy that's doing a bunch of coke and fucking strippers. You know, like
well, yeah,
hey,
no
that's got way
surprise
more.
who you will listen to. Yeah, I agree. But
Oh, most kids are going to listen to the cool guy
yeah,
with
the general
yeah.
populace.
Yeah.
So
Like remember that one South Park episode where it's like, yeah, if you don't smoke, you can be just like us, and they're all so fucking lame that like all the kids start smoking. Like that could happen. We should have
Well,
cooler
that's- well, no,
people
that- that's-
anti-drug.
that speaks
Well,
to
listen,
my
there's a
point.
reason we see Bill
Yeah, they
Nye
got
as
CM
an
Punk.
authority on stuff when really he's just supposed to be a science explainer. But because we all grew up with him, well, you guys did, I didn't. Because a lot of people now who are adults today grew up with Bill Nye, they fundamentally trust him for reasons that really don't have much to do with statistics.
But
Even
they
though
like
we
him.
could be listening to scientists who are like preeminent in their field, those aren't the ones that people are clicking on when they see a video of them, right?
Hey,
But
when
when you
Neil
see
deGrasse
Bill
Tyson-
Nye, you click and you watch and you're entertained.
So let's go to Ali.
So Corey, Corey. To your point, I'm one of the idiots that you guys all see are always when you guys are arguing about the populace and whatever. I feel like I'm the person you guys are trying to get swayed to your point, right? So I agree. I listen. I agree with Gibbs that like the entertainment part is getting a lot more people, but I think the problem with that is none of them are actually voting and none of them are actually doing any research or learning anything about themselves. They just like the debate, and they're there for the debate. They're there for the Twitter, and they're there for the panel chats. But in that large population of people that you're pulling, you're gonna have people like me who do get a little bit more engaged, and you are gonna get a subset of that populace to be more engaged, to actually try and learn, right? And so, like, I think that isn't that more important than not having that entire group come up at all?
Yeah, I think there's an argument to be made of like if entertainment value and theatrics like gets people's foot in the door, and then we can bombard them with actual data and evidence. But from what I can tell, okay, and this is my experience, like it doesn't seem to work like that. Of like people come for the theatrics and the entertainment value and they stay for that.
So-
And you, I grant you seem to be maybe an outlier.
Yeah.
Where if more people operated like you, I would view that as a good thing.
I think a lot of people have my issue, right? So like for example, if I wanted to learn how to like edit something and I like search it up on YouTube, if I don't like the person's voice or the way the person's explained to me, I fucking can't listen to it. It's really like it's bad. It may be bad, right? But if I don't like the person's cadence, if I don't like the style of like whatever they're doing, it's really, really hard for me to like give them any attention and pay attention to them versus like someone who has a good cadence of voice. They're like really enthusiastic. They're doing whatever it is. Like they're engaging, which is why I think like something like Hustlers University was like so popular, right? Even though what they were teaching was really, really basic, like drop shipping and like Alibaba stuff, right? But people liked Tate, right? So the idea was they could go to this. They already like him. They already like the things he says and the way he says it. Well, damn, he can teach me how to drop ship. I'll probably learn it a lot faster if I do it through him, right? And I think that's like why these affiliate not affiliate programs, but these like subscription style programs for a lot of people are so important. That's why you have things like Progressive Victory, right? That is so popular because you have Destiny and so all these other streamers. But then like once again, the issue with that, Gibbs, is that right after Progressive Victory had their Ohio candidacy event, all of the infighting started happening amongst the streamers, and now you have people that are going in and out. Yeah,
Well,
and so now you have
I mean,
more
hold on, just to your point,
it's good and bad. I'm trying to be swayed one way or the other.
Yeah.
I just see the benefits of both.
I just want to say maybe one thing. I think you brought up a good example of like, Destiny, okay? Where, there's clearly entertainment value there. But clearly also as a result of, let's say, his greater ability now to focus, okay? He does actual research streams now. And you see, once he does that, his numbers precipitously drop off, okay? Where if the entertainment value is not there, it's like, there goes 50%.
But did he
60% of
retain
my viewership?
But how much of the original viewership did he retain versus beforehand? Which I think is like to Gibbs's point. I think that's really important. I think if like originally he would have had maybe let's just say 1,000 people for his research stream. If now he upped it to 3,000, right? That's 2,000 more people that are sitting down listening.
Yeah.
And then if across the board this is happening in small percentages, I mean,
Yeah.
that's probably a bigger benefit than it is a negative, right?
Yeah, I'm open to the question. I'm just curious in terms of like I think I don't know for sure because I have no data, but I suspect the precipitous drop off of the people and the ones that stay, like when he goes from like 10,000 to 4,000,
The ratio still remains.
I assume the 4,000 are just going to be there like regardless. It's and they're specifically for Destiny no matter what. And
Just
they're
to
not
go with
really
what
able to-
you
One
said.
second. We got to go to Ico, Lactoid, Gibbs, and Ty.
Yeah, so just two things real quick. One of them is back to the metaphysics thing, just a little aside, but when the reason metaphysics became what it was because Aristotle wrote a book called The Physics. And in the Middle Ages, when they were trying to figure out how to categorize all of this, the book that was next to the physics was the thing that we now today call metaphysics. And they called it that literally because the book was next to the physics. Like just because that's where the book happened to be sitting. Yeah, Corey?
and I just want to say you learned all this from Gibbs, the doctor in metaphysics, right?
Yeah, yes, of course, yes.
Well,
yes.
I mean, Aristotle.
His doctorate is next to somebody else's doctorate in physics. But no, the reason I mention that is because there's another work that Aristotle wrote that's called The Rhetoric. And it's actually part of a longer argument that he basically has with Plato. Plato really didn't have a high regard for physics. For rhetoric. He was more interested in the truth. And he really didn't care how that truth landed on people. He just wanted to know what the truth was. And Aristotle in The Rhetoric is making an argument that that's not enough. That you have if you know what the truth is, but you can't effectively communicate it, then that truth like loses a lot of its value. And his argument is that you should go into debates and speeches and other sorts of rhetorical arts with the idea that you need to figure out your best to discover the truth, which is what philosophy is. Or at least at that time, that's kind of how they looked at philosophy. But today we would say that's maybe what science is, and a lot of other branches that sort of come out of philosophy. But your job is not over. Your job is then to have a dialogue with other people wherein that truth becomes evident. It sort of reminds me of like the founding fathers when they talk about the truth being self-evident, right? In that we need to convince people once we know what it is. And then we have to kind of go back and forth, right? So what Gibbs is talking about is, in a roundabout sort of way, he's making Aristotle's argument. Gibbs is basically saying that you have to understand what it is, what it is that your audience needs to hear in order to come around to the truth, right? But then Corey is saying, yeah, but we can't lose sight of what that truth is when we're doing that, right? And if the rhetorical project starts to abandon the truth that it's trying to persuade people of, then it's not worth it. And I think that's the point that Corey is trying to make. But I think the point that Gibbs is trying to make is, but you still can't abandon the rhetorical project itself. Like you have to persuade people of things.
Well,
I got Lactoid, Gibbs, Ty.
So I think Ico's right. So in law school, we're taught that jurors have, roughly like a 7-minute attention span, right? You really got to keep things concise. You got to keep things entertaining in order to catch their attention. And I agree. I understand where you're coming from, Corey. Like, you can definitely sell shit in America, right? I mean, I'm going to be judgmental for a second. Like, daytime TV tends to have some of the most brainless shit that's like overhyped drama, specifically to keep people's attention, even though it's really very much little substance. But I think Ico's right in the sense of, even though people here might have a kind of, we tend to value knowing the concepts more, and that's being more valuable. But the reality that we have to contest with is just that, we can be geniuses, but if we don't give a fuck about how other people interpret what we do, we're not going to be able to communicate with them, right? If I show up to court and I know the law, right, but I show up like what I'm wearing now, right, I'm not going to be able to convey my message as effectively. If I'm writing a research paper and I consistently get the grammar and spelling wrong, people are going to be distracted with that, right? They're going to be staring at that instead of reading. If it's 3,800 pages more than it could have been, people are going to get bored halfway through or busy because people have time. Time is money. People are going to be focusing on something else. So it sucks. I agree. It sucks. I wish that I do think that perhaps maybe what you're getting at is in America, there seems to have been like more of a trend where we're shifting like too far away from content and more towards just like this kind of sugar rush of conflict. But I think both are necessary. So my ultimate prescription is, keep it more like Christopher Hitchens, a little bit less Judge Judy, right? Sure, you can be entertaining, but try to make sure all the entertainment is backed up by facts.
Let's go to Gibbs, then Ty, and Corey. Gibbs, you finally get a chance to talk, and then you have yourself muted.
He's gifting another wedding gift to Nina.
Yeah, apparently. No, still can't hear you, friend.
1 second here.
Oh,
There
no, now
we
we
go.
got you. Yeah.
Oh, can you hear me? Oh, okay. I was gonna
Yeah,
switch my phone. Yeah. So, all right. First, I'm glad that Aiko brought up Aristotle because, like I said, I talk about being the most conservative here. What's more conservative than the ancient Greeks as the avatar Dionysus? That's real conservatism. That even be religious conservatism. You're welcome. Thank you, Aiko, for proving my point. I am the most conservative person on Twitch. Secondly, back to what we were just talking about. Now, I don't know if we can prove it scientifically or in politics or with the statistics, and I don't really give a shit. What I do know is that Mr. Beast, one of the most successful YouTuber of all time, said that he learned something recently, and he learned something from Andrew Tate and has changed his video format to be much more like Andrew Tate in a sense and do more long form videos where you get more clips. Because what Andrew Tate did was revolutionary. He went on a million podcasts, got as many clips as you could, and you still see these clips coming out and recut today. And now he does his own podcast, and then recuts the clips where they say wild shit today and do highlights, and it's very effective. And he said that he's generated since he started doing this, like I said, 2 to 3 times more money than what he was generating before. And so the proof is in the pudding, basically, in my opinion. At least we know it works in a capitalist sense, right? And so if it works at this level and it convincing people to buy, which is basically the goal of anything, science or whatever. I mean, maybe not science, but the goal of like, hey, you want me to believe your science or you want me to invest in the science, then you need these people to buy. And so I look at everything like a sales pitch, right? And in this concept, if you can't hold their attention or you like, because they're looking over here and they're bored, then you're not going to be an effective salesman. And if you're a scientist, then what are you trying to do? You want to get grants? You want to like get people to like use your product? You want people to like, change things? Then guess what? If you're not entertaining and you look like a bum, then and you're sitting here, you talk in a monotone, no one's going to listen. There's a reason why people listen to Neil deGrasse Tyson and Bill Nye the Science Guy, and I can't think of the Asian gentleman's name that's like a astrophysicist, but those 3 guys are extremely
Michio Kaku.
Michio Kaku, yeah.
yeah, there you go. Yeah, I'm not even gonna try to say that. But anyway, he's very entertaining. They're all very smart, and like they all go and get like tons of people watching them. And so, to me, I think political theater is the highest form of sales in regards to this, because now not only you're selling yourself and trying to be charismatic, you're selling a product, which is your policies. And if you don't have anybody watching you, and then you're not going to get anybody. Look at RFK. You can't even understand the guy. He sounds like Farmer Fran from Billy Madison and or not Billy Madison, Happy whatever Farmer Fran's in Waterboy. There you go. And nobody wants to listen to that guy. And so he's got 2% of the vote. He's not a serious candidate. Versus you got Trump, who's over here highly entertaining. People want to watch him. And Sleepy Joe's entertaining because we don't know what the dementia patient's going to do. People are much more willing to watch these kind of things and listen and vote for something like this. And that's a good thing because more people are involved than ever before. And if you believe in democracy, you want more people voting.
By the way, Corey was in that analogy was Plato, so that makes him 1 generation older. So therefore, even more conservative than Gibbs.
Hold on, I'm Dionysus. I'm Dionysus for the record. I'm older than all of them. I predate them.
All right.
Yeah, fair enough.
I got a couple of thoughts here. First and foremost, going to where Rich's take is, like, there's definitely a give and a take here, and I can definitely at least admit that I have the humility that's saying, like, I'm not equipped to be the great rhetorician. There's a level where I just have an anathema to demagogues and dogma. Anytime I start hearing those pitches that I always hear, we're going to take our country back, I just want to scream at the top of my lungs, from fucking who? I'm tired of you giving me this shit to fill in the blanks with so I can make my own narrative in my head. I know what these fucking losers are doing. It's not very smart, and the fact that the average person gets sold into this just pisses me off to no fucking end. Which brings me kind of to where Socio's point was. I get where it's like, hey man, like this is kind of interesting. I would like to be involved, but the problem is for every one of you, I get 10 Karens. And the real simple truth here is that every time that you have people like you who say, hey, look, man, I can't listen to Boring McGee over here. Like, I got to take Karen. The reality is Boring McGee will work with you. They will compromise. They will enact policy with you. They'll write it fucking for you half the time. Karen fucking won't. She'll scream there and bitch and moan and whine. Her name's MTG. You might have heard of her. You might have seen her.
Yeah, but I feel like you need her. You need the Karen
She's
there.
great.
Right?
She has a rap
You need the
song.
person to fight
I
against.
think you mean Cracky Magoo.
I mean,
no, she has a rap song. You guys have you heard of it? It's really good.
Can you give us a rendition?
You need
Give
to
us
like
a rendition,
against,
actually,
right?
please.
Socio.
It only strengthens your side, right? Because so if you do have 10% of people like me and 90% of the people that come like Karens, well, the 10% of people like me are more likely to side with you against the Karens, and then that also strengthens your side. Still, you need the fight. You need the ratio. Common enemy.
No, two things. One, the ratio is not in favor of you. The ratio is in favor of the Karens, and the Karens are fucking everything up. More importantly, is that when you put up a Karen, it doesn't make you look good. It makes your enemies look good.
Take them on side with you. Okay, I get what you're saying.
So before I'll go to Corey, but actually I do want to ask Doobie about this as well, and I'll tell you my question so you can think about it while Corey's going. But Doobie, I think you're really good at rhetoric. I think you're really good at rhetoric. Like, well, what are your thoughts here? Like in terms of like presenting your ideas to people, to convincing others, and how important it is to be entertaining when doing so. I love to hear your thoughts. So I'll let Corey go first, but that's what I want to ask you.
If you want to let Doobie go, by all means.
Well, I'm giving him time to think.
Oh, okay. Oh, well, so first, thank you, Cal, for summarizing my point better than I could. Much better rhetorician than I am. But then, so, Blacktoid. So you mentioned that, jurors, like you're trained to basically treat jurors like they have, I think you said, 7-minute attention span. And that you operate under the assumption that that's I think you mentioned like 5 grade reading level at some point.
Fourth or 5th grade reading level, yeah.
Goldfish.
Now, do you think overall, like, it would be a good thing if, like, the reading level was higher and that people learned to have a 10-minute attention span? Like,
yeah, for sure. I think that there is a problem. I think attention spans are declining. That's true, and I think there's causes for that are problematic. But again, that doesn't mean that we should have to live in a gray world. I do think that entertainment is good in many different ways.
No, for sure. And that bleeds into sort of, I guess, a question for iCal, where, you're an educator, and I'm a little bit of an educator or tutor. And like, I certainly, there's something to be said of like making something appealing. But I'm curious, like, what do you do? Like, do you think like it should be on you to make every student engaged in all your lectures and all the lecture material? Or, at some point, like, there's a responsibility on the student of like, hey, you should maybe like learn to like math and chemistry. You should learn to be able to like pay attention to these things. Like, there's only so much you can do to make chemistry and math entertaining and all that stuff and engaging. But maybe there's just very creative educators out there that
I disagree with you vehemently on this one with the math thing. For example, one of my best teachers would use South Park in every math example, right? When we were doing algebra, he'd be like, X is like Cartman. And you'd be going over, you say, screw you guys, I'm going home, and move it across the equal sign.
I'm not against that. That's not my argument. That's not my argument at all.
But hold on, you're saying, you did just say, like, okay, there's only so much you can do to make math and chemistry entertaining. And that was 20 years ago now, and I still remember that example, right? It's an entertaining example that illustrates the X needs to move across when you're solving for X in algebra, right? And it was such a good example. To this day, I remember it, right? And so that was effective. I was struggling with math until I had that teacher, and then I started doing I got calculus.
How that was effective for you? Do you know how the outcome was for every single student in that class?
He had the highest test scores on the whatever the tax test or whatever it was at the time of any of the people in the any of the other math teachers because it was effective. Like people, so I mean, I guess it was effective because he had the
I
highest
agree. There's
scores.
there is something for effectiveness, but like I'm sure you'll recognize, and there's going to be like some students that it's like you cannot reach them, or at least we haven't found the ways to reach them.
Well, they're just
and
weak
so
genetic people.
who's
What do you
I
There's
learned to type from
outliers.
RuneScape much better than I learned from any typing class, right?
Mario
Because there's
typing, you don't need to
motivation.
type.
I needed to like ask the person to trade
Yeah.
the item before they walked away. So I had to get really good at typing fast, and now I can type really fast.
I'm amazed. I'm not making your guys' arguments because I'm the one with ADHD. Like, I totally get where like you have that one teacher that can even teach the subject that you like the most in school, and you're just like, oh, this fucking killed me. But there's a level where like I feel like if we actually allow for just the over salesmanship, excuse me of my pardon in language, if we actually just let politics become a sales pitch, I think we're just hiding into straight up having politics be openly unethical.
I mean,
Like, I don't know how to look at it any other way. Like we're literally just selling the farm at this point.
What
is
do you
it
mean
other than a sales
become
pitch? They're-
openly unethical?
Huh?
They're- Hold on, I
Like
can't-
it's we crossed that line a long time ago. I think we're there.
I'm not okay. I'm not really.
We've been there since the
disputing that.
beginning.
But also,
Well,
our
yeah.
politics is
If
just
we go with
popular-
anarchism, go ahead,
Yeah.
Socio. I'm sorry.
No, I mean, but like politics is just all a sales pitch, right? I mean, it's like a sales pitch for like laws. It's which laws do we want to get passed? You're always going to have to try to get the majority. It's always a popularity vote. That's like the whole like thing with it. Sure, we have like things that it's the things that we all agree on, the objective truths that like sure we don't have to vote on, like murder, stuff like that. But then the rest of politics is all just a sales pitch. Like otherwise,
This is why we got to limit
you
the
got to
people
go
who vote.
canvas. You got to like just presidentially. Like there's a reason they
It's the
go
only
around
way.
all around.
Look,
the
on a
states and, like,
level-
advertise themselves.
On a level,
Motorcycle
you're
riders, first limit.
Oh, for fuck's sake. Look, on a level, you're right, right? Like almost everything is either political or sales, right? Because you have to like get the message out there, you have to interact, whatever. I totally kind of get that. The other side of this is, God damn it, Lactoid. I think you made me lose my train of thought with that fucking snide.
Voting
Bullshit.
exams. That's what we need.
No, we fucking don't. Like what it is like I like that we don't have the mandatory. If you
Landowners
want to vote,
can
you
vote,
can.
though.
If you're not interested, stay the fuck home. I'm cool with that. I'm actually completely fine with that. If you have no interest in the system, if you don't fucking care about the system, you don't have to participate. You have the right and the ability to, but let's be real. Like, actually, I respect that more because at least if you don't know and you acknowledge that, you don't walk into the voting booth, say, fuck it, I'm just going to vote for this dude over here and this dude over here, and you make all kinds of unethical outcomes for people. So,
I have a solution there, Tiberius.
this will be good.
I just thought about this, or I thought about this earlier today, but it's a good solution. When you give the voting exam, right, you let them vote either way, even if they pass or fail. And if they fail, you just don't count the vote. Now they're excited and they want to do it, right? And they're not going to get angry because their vote wasn't taken away.
This is just vile and evil, and I love you, but no.
You said it was a bad thing that more people are voting, didn't you say that earlier?
And
Tiberius?
on a level, yes. Like I have to admit it, at least from what I'm looking at right now, it doesn't look good. It's got some really bad looks to it. And believe me, like I want people to have the ethic of, hey, it is my duty and responsibility to vote. But it's very clear people aren't taking that responsibility seriously.
Let's go to Doobie with the question I asked previously.
I think Tiberius is kind of touching on something we've struggled with. Like every so often you see like people, you just meet a person or see a person on the internet somewhere or just run across in your life who's a fucking idiot. They probably shouldn't be like allowed to make any decisions for themselves. But unfortunately they have the same amount of voting power that I do, which is really, really frustrating. Right. And I think Gibbs is right. In the current climate, the current way things are, you kind of do need to be able to pull in people, catch their attention. I think even recently there was like a story about Biden hiring like somebody to make memes and shit for him, paying almost $100,000 for someone to make memes for his campaign. And I think it's kind of the sad reality we live in. You kind of need this. You need to be able to catch the attention of the kind of goldfish that we're reading right now in society, have very like short attention spans. They're just gonna look to the shiniest thing. I don't think it's a good thing, and I think this is what has led me to be very like anti-democracy in a lot of cases, or want to like adjust the voting rights so that the majority of people can't vote. or so that people need to like demonstrate not just their ability to like follow along with public discourse or political events, but just need to like demonstrate that they give a fuck at all. Because I feel like every so often, every 4 years, we have this thing where both political parties encourage people who really don't know what the fuck they're talking about, don't know anything about anything, to get out and vote for things just totally based on emotion or what's popular right then and there. Right now, the rock stars are voting with this guy, so I'm going to vote for this guy too. I think it's disgusting, actually. But you know, it's kind of the sad reality we live in.
Yeah, the only problem is it's that old Churchill quote that people always trot out, right? About how democracy is the worst of all systems except for all the others. And that the problem is anytime you create a system by which you're going to sort out who can vote and who can't vote, if we could do that in a way that was sort of scientifically valid, it might be a good idea. But the problem is we never would. Like we tried literacy tests before, for instance, and it was inherently discriminatory. It was done by the South to stop black people from voting. And even though in theory you could do all of these things, like I've heard Lactoid talk about how we should have an IQ test for voting, for instance. But the problem is there's no way to stop the people who are sorting those votes from sorting them in a corrupt way, so that their side gets the advantage and the other side doesn't. For example, like I think at one point I wanted to ask, I think I did ask Lactoid, well, what about doing it by degrees? That might sound less appealing if you're conservative, because if you did it by degrees, then the left would win, right?
Do you count trade schools as degrees?
Well, that's just it. What would you count? Like in Texas, for instance, you can show as your voter ID, you can show your gun permit, but you can't show your college ID, the state ID for education. Well, there's a reason for that, right? Because college-educated people tend to vote for Democrats, and people who own guns tend to vote for Republicans. And so the legislators who were deciding which ID was going to be valid did it based on who they thought the ID holder would vote for. And that's always going to be the case.
Well, hold on.
Anytime you're trying to sort who can vote and who can't vote,
that's not fair. Gun registry is gun permits are issued by the government. I can just make a student ID and claim.
No. The alternative on the table was to also take government-issued college IDs. Like if you go to UT in Austin, or if you go to UNT in
Texas A&M. I still have my Texas A&M like college ID, right?
That's a government-issued ID.
No, it's not.
It is. Yes.
Is it really?
That's a state school.
And even if it wasn't,
if you go to SMU, that's not government issued because it's a private college.
But that's okay. That's a.
But Gibbs. Even if it wasn't, even if it wasn't, you could just say, well, schools should should make their IDs like government approved for voting, right? That
hold on, Aiko just did a really good LD debate tactic here. When you say state issued, you only say that because they are the ones taking government funds, right? That's why you're saying
no. They're run and owned by the government. It's a state college.
Okay, yeah, this is
even private schools get federal funding. Like
how dare you be factual?
I don't. Well, this is like the factual on a technicality. Like
more theatrics.
He is doing theatrics right now. That's
no,
why
he's not.
I got a problem.
No. I want to get back in on this for a second. Number one, I even though I totally get where Doobie's coming from, like if I had to just say morally and ethically at the snap of a gun, what do I want to go with? Service guarantees citizenship just rings to my ears. It sings to my soul. But I'm with Ical on this one. The problem is China's tried to do this like 3 times in its history, where they have like this bureaucratic class that actually just mandates how you get into government and how you become part of the system, and it turns into an aristocracy every fucking time. Like, as much as democracy is a pain in the ass, the United States leadership class has been replaced twice now. We have now had 3 entire different groups of people run the country, and we're probably going to get to our 4th transition here before too long. I think it's actually already started. That shows the system works, actually. That as much as it's a pain in the fucking ass to deal with and painful and nasty and bloody, the fact that the Southern planters still don't run this country, that it's not an aristocracy, is proof that the system does work.
Well, hold on. I want to object to something that Aiko said, because you're saying, like, sure, at the end of the day, Everyone's going to disagree over what they think the standard should be. Of course, people are going to disagree about politics. People are going to disagree about policies. But that doesn't stop us from implementing some restrictions. There's disagreement about what the drinking age should be. That doesn't mean we don't have one. There's disagreements about what the voting age should be. That doesn't mean we have one. Sure, are all the 17-year-olds pissed? Well, we should set the voting age at 16. I'm sure they're pissed. They still don't get to vote. Why? Because they're not 18. And we've decided that unless you're 18, you don't get to vote. A lot of states, if you're in prison, you don't get to vote. If you're on parole or probation, you don't get to vote. We do this all the time about like narrowing the group of people that can vote. If you guys want politics, this is my argument here. If you guys want politics to get better, you need politicians to be appealing to a different group of people. Politicians should be appealing to people for a vote, and they know, shit, I can't just put out dribble because I can't rely on like the unwashed masses to elect me, because their votes aren't going to count, or though their votes are going to count less. So my political rhetoric and my like political facts, they have to be a little bit more highbrow. I actually have to like craft my policy and explain my policy other than just using like slogans and dogma, because that's not going to appeal to people who have like above like a 120 IQ or something. I don't know.
No, actually, I'll go with you on this, and I'll say I'll even side with you 3/4 of the way, because you are better at this than I am. And forgive, like, I don't know, my autism or lack of a better word, but I'm a functionalist. Like, I know the infrastructure bill got passed and was signed into law back in 2021, and I see the results, right? I've seen the bridges around my area that have been there for 50, 40 years. All are getting now replaced. That we've had more construction just in my general area than I've seen in half of my lifetime.
We've
And
seen
when
the
I see that-
inflation.
Huh?
We've seen the inflation that came from that bill. But go ahead. Phil.
We don't agree on this one. Okay, we've already been down this road. I'm not doing it again right now. Like, for me, when I see shit working, I get that little like spark in my heart where I'm like, hey, the system works. This is awesome, right? I love that my bridges are getting repaired. I love that my roads are actually drivable again for the first time in my life. The problem is I don't see that from a lot of other people except for one group, seniors, because they get that fucking Social Security check. But everybody else feels like the system doesn't work for them, and I kind of get it. So how do we convince people that when we actually do get that win, when they do see that road construction, that is your tax dollars at work? That is the fucking system doing what it's supposed to do.
Well, I'd like to see the road. I live in Michigan. The roads are fucked.
Look, I'm actually so sorry for you, and there's a reason for that. It's called ice.
It's fucked.
I get it, man.
A tiny fraction of like the shit you pay in goes to roads.
Michigan is just
It's like 1% or less goes to that shit.
I know.
I mean, hold on. Michigan's got Detroit in it. That's like, you should just know from there that it's going to be the third.
No. I'm so sick of outside of Detroit people talking shit about Detroit. Come here for a fucking weekend. See all the white happy families walking around.
I don't want to be killed, Ali. I don't want to be shot.
I tried to buy land in Detroit, possibly to set up what do you call fucking?
When
he can't come over for a weekend because the roads suck.
Well, the roads do suck.
How's he gonna get there?
The city council in Detroit kiboshed our deal when I was trying to buy land to build a clothing factory there, and they put a kibosh there. So Detroit's run by a bunch of liberal cucks who hate their citizens.
Okay, all right. So let's move on from this.
Come over here. Let me show you a good time, and then we can. I'm so sick of the Detroit slander.
Okay, all right. So we're moving past this.
Can I take a crack at that question that you asked at the beginning about religion?
What'd you say?
Can I take a crack at that religion
sure.
question that you asked? I wanted to get back to that, but this was interesting. It was just this. There's this phenomenon. There must be a name for it, but there's this phenomenon where when you have an institution, even if you think it's an imperfect institution, that a large number of people are for, and then people start leaving that institution because they don't approve of certain aspects of it, or does it make sense to them, or whatever. If those people are the more logical people and they're leaving for sort of logic reasons, right, which is the case with religion, then the more that happens, the people that inherit that power, that inherit all the power that comes along with the church, become less and less logical themselves, right? Because you're removing the logical sort of pool of people from religion. And my argument in that earlier conversation was just that was going to be that we're making that institution worse, but it hasn't lost its power. So now, an increasingly less and less trustworthy group of people are going to be inheriting that power of religion, and I think, and especially now that we have one party that's starting to question the separation of church and state as a concept, like that's a tremendous amount of power to give people who are less and less trustworthy.
Okay. So thanks all for that. We're gonna go on to our next question. Guys and gals at home, if you've enjoyed this conversation so far, consider supporting the channel. Sub to the channel, gift bits. The subs use our Amazon Prime / Prime Gaming here on the community. If you're on YouTube land, consider using a super chat. We'll read your comment stream, and yeah, we'll react to what you got to say. Yeah, you'll get our emotes if on Twitch. And you'll get app reviewing, so consider helping us out that way because since yeah, and resub if you're out there, if you're a subber, consider resub as a channel. Okay. Let's go to next topic. A physically healthy 29-year-old Dutch woman died by legally assisted suicide. She suffered from autism, depression, and an unspecified personality disorder. She had wanted to die since being a child who suffered from bullying. Is this a just outcome? Assuming that her mental disorders are treatable, should she have been offered this option? Are we a better society when we don't prohibit others from ending their lives? Credit to our friend Aiko who found this story. But yeah, this woman, young individual, only 29, but she had been struggling for quite a long time, it seems, from how the article makes it sound. And her made it known to her friends and her family that she really wanted to die. And she had apparently strong opinions about like even the system itself, about like legally assisted suicide and how prevalent it should be. She was a, but in any case, when she was finally given the choice, she took that option, and now she's gone. Is this a good thing? Do we, or at the very least, is it not a harmful thing? Right? Is it neutral? Maybe. What should we? What do we want of our society? We want more stories like this. So yeah, let's go around the block. Start our friend Lactoid.
Okay, so I just want to start by saying, just to make it absolutely clear, that I don't think anybody should ever end their own life. I think that people should try their best not to. I think that there's, I think, a lot of reasons to not do it. But at the end of the day, you own your life, you own your body. Other people don't own you. And the ability to take your own life, I think, is the quintessential test of ownership. You tell me I can't do this, you're saying I don't own myself, which I think is more reprehensible than anything I could do to myself. So I think ultimately she should have been, and she was free to do what she did. My only thing is that I guess it's a minor objection, but healthcare should be privatized in the Netherlands, and this should not be a government provided service. This should be a privately provided service. That and by the way, she went through all the hoops that you could possibly think of. Right? She got treatment and everything, and it just didn't work out. So I think perhaps she had one of the best arguments to do this, even though I wish that she didn't make that decision. But again, it's her body to make her decision with, not mine.
Could be.
I'm torn on this. I think I don't know. I really don't know. I'm really torn on this. I think that there's something to the idea that if a person has decided that they are done with their life, they don't want to be alive anymore. I can totally understand. It feels wrong at some level to try to convince them to stick around if they feel like their circumstances are really bad, or, mentally, just like their financial, whatever the fuck it is, right? Whatever it is going on with them, it's making them feel this way. It feels wrong to like try to like pressure them to just keep going through it if there's no way to make it any better. So I don't know. I'm really torn on the issue.
Corey.
Oh well, as a Canadian, like my fellow friend Lactoid, I can speak about medical assistance in dying with some mild authority. But yeah, pretty much same position as Lactoid in terms of at least in this specific case, I see this as essentially neutral, where from what I understand, as based off of the details outlined in the article, like this person, they suffer from multiple mental illnesses. I think anxiety, depression, and I believe they went through over 30 rounds of electroconvulsive therapy, which from last I checked, from my understanding, that's the most effective therapy we have currently for major depressive disorder. So it seemed like they tried just about every medical option available to help themselves, and to no avail. And I think in that circumstance, if they are truly voluntarily making the choice to die, they should have the right to die. And it seems like their choice was actually truly voluntary in this case, from what I can tell. And that's it.
Fine.
Yeah, I struggle with this one, but I'll try to make this as succinct as I can. First and foremost is that the degree that I struggle with this is that I've had to look in the mirror a time or two when it comes to this particular issue, and my ethical and moral calculator does fucking explode on this particular one. I have about as much trouble with this one as I do with abortion. All right, first and foremost, supporting suicide is just horrific to me. Like, I'm never going to encourage somebody. It's like, yeah, you should off yourself, right? I'm not going to do that. However, the ethical part of me really has issues here. Number one, mental illness is sometimes far worse than any physical illness that you can have. You can become a vegetable. You can literally like defragment your fucking mind, right? You literally have death before you actually physically die. There's other parts that mental illness can be as painful as like the stomach cancer that eats you from the inside out, right? Like you're dying one of the most horrible deaths ever. And instead of doing you the mercy of letting you die, we're going to let you drag it out. And I don't want to do that either. I do also have a serious issue with, I believe you actually only have one right in this universe, and that's the right to die. And when you tell somebody, nah, I'm not going to let you die, like there's a level where even that kind of pisses me off. If I have any policy solution for this kind of thing, is that I think it needs to be, if a doctor is going to give you assisted suicide, euthanasia, it needs to go through a medical board of ethics. You need at least 3 to 5 doctors that are going to be of their peers that are going to sign off on that procedure. Be like, all right, this person is just, kind of beyond hope. We'll at least sign off on this. I can, put my name to paper and say, I think this is the correct decision. I'll end with that.
Ollie.
Obviously, I think we all think suicide is bad, shouldn't be encouraged. So, with that, I think the problem with this for me would be one: what are the steps that it would take in order for you to get approved for this? So, like, I agree with Tiberius, you probably need a board. I would agree with maybe like a couple of years of therapy minimum, right? 2 years. The bigger issue for me would be that if this thing does get passed and it is supported, it's and then like that's how we do that. It's now becomes like encouraged because we're advertising it at the rate. Like if this is something that is happening, I honestly don't want it. Like I don't think people should be able to know about it. I think this should be like a tucked away, because I feel like if more people know about it, then it's like semi advertised. Right. And then you have a slew of people who like get bullied, feel depressed for a while. And this is what they just want to opt for from the age of like 16. And then like, I don't know what age you permit someone to like allow them to like do that. Right. Is it 18? Is it 25? Is it like, what if a 16-year-old's going through this? And they, like, I just don't know what age you would allow it at. So those are like the complications that I have for me.
Gibbs.
Yeah, so this is a complicated one. On the surface, I want to agree with Lactoid. If you want to be able to delete yourself, then you should be within your rights. On the second side, I am a little bit worried about the government issuing this as a thing, and somehow it become maybe a slippery slope where they start telling people you have a disease and they start rounding people up for self-deletion. That's something I am concerned about going forward. Third, if you're a therapist, this is maybe the most controversial take on this. Therapists should not be allowed to give advice like, "Hey, use euthanasia," unless they're willing to undergo that treatment themselves. So these therapists that are doing this, one, they should be tried in civil court by this person's family, because that family uh, should be sad that their loved one is dead, and the therapist gave terrible therapy advice, if this was their advice, to say, hey, maybe off yourself, because I found an interesting story. I don't know if it was the one you linked or another one, where apparently the therapist even advocated for this to this patient. Fourth, in general, personally don't believe in suicide. I think it's weakness. That being said, there are some exceptions to this. If I get dementia and it's getting real bad, guess what, folks? Either someone in my friends and family better take care of that, or someone better give me the means to take care of that. And I'm going to disappear into the woods, going hog hunting, only never to be seen again. So either way, I'm not going to die of dementia, because I've seen that happen with my grandparents. I don't want that to happen to me. But I don't know. It's complicated in general. I'm not a fan of the government telling you can't do something, but I don't want therapists to be telling people to do this either.
Micah?
Yeah, I thought that was interesting what you said about it because it's weakness. I thought the fact that it was weakness meant that you don't deserve to live. Like I thought that was the meme, right? Like that.
No, it's that I don't have to pay for you. I shouldn't have to pay for their suicide either.
Oh, I see. So as long as suicide's free, then you're okay with it.
Well, as long as it's not raising my cost of my insurance or raising my tax dollars. But if they want to
okay, so
but if they want to like 69-cent shotgun shell and have a lead diet for the day, then I don't have a problem with that either.
Well, in that case, I'll roll that in to my intro because the argument, and this is an argument I do not like, but an argument that you'll often hear that actually a board member in Canada talking about MAID, the assisted suicide program they have over there, specifically made the economic argument for this, right? Like there are a lot of resources that this particular person, especially psychological resources, and that are getting chewed up in order to treat the issues that she has. And if the resources that she's chewing up is more than she's producing as a person, if you're going to look at it from a purely economic point of view, which I'm about to argue that we shouldn't, but if you are going to look at it from that point of view, then you would be for the action, right? You would be for saving society the cost of like maintaining her mental health for the next 40, 50 years. But anyway, really the point that I wanted to make, though, is that this shouldn't be just an economic decision. I do think about Jimmy Carter whenever this situation comes up, because he is right now in hospice care, and he's been in hospice care for over a year. Like it's been a long time, and he's consuming resources in his program that wouldn't otherwise be there. But if you value life intrinsically, which maybe we can make the argument whether or not the value of life is intrinsic or not, or whether or not the value of life comes from the pleasure that we receive from it. Like those are the two perspectives on that. But if you believe that life is itself intrinsically valuable, then the fact that the only years you have left to you in the case of Jimmy Carter, even if it's only 1 year left, would have a tremendous amount of value. In the case of this woman, we're talking about many years ahead of her that from her perspective have no value or even have negative value, because essentially she's being tortured for all of those years. And so she's in a lot of people might say, in a worse situation than Jimmy Carter is, right? Jimmy Carter would like to live longer than he's able to, and she would not. For her, living is torture. So I think that's the perspective that she has on it. But this is different from her cases. The fact that her case is so different from Jimmy Carter is precisely what makes this sort of a struggle, because she doesn't like. I've been saying, we've had several MAID panels. I always say on the main panel that it's one thing to allow it, it's another thing to encourage it. And so, and I think it was mentioned in some of the earlier intros here, I think Ali mentioned this, is the fact that the government is being involved in this in any way might itself constitute encouragement. And that's where I would have an issue with this, is that I wouldn't want anybody outside of the person herself to make this decision. And if anybody outside of herself is influencing her in any way, even if it's only tacit encouragement, that is what, in my view, is immoral.
I hope it's
Hey, can I ask a
I-
question?
I-
Corey,
I
are there?
wanna-
Wait, Corey,
uh,
are there?
let-
Are there? Oh,
I'm
sorry.
gonna go to Doobie, and then we'll go to Ali and Corey.
Go off, Doobie.
Oh yeah, I just want to kind of explore what you were saying earlier about the financial thing, because there are like, I mean, you used Jimmy Carter. We could continue using him, but there are like lots of old people, very old people, who have hundreds of thousands or some up to like millions of dollars spent on them to keep them alive, right? And they want to live, so this money keeps getting spent on them.
To be
Do you think
clear,
that-
the Carter is undergoing hospice care, which the goal there is
Right.
to keep him comfortable. It's not to extend his life, and
Right.
consequently, it's a lot less expensive.
Right. But there are people who have hundreds of thousands of dollars spent on them to keep them alive.
Right.
Now, do you think that at some point we should say, "Hey, you're keeping you alive is too expensive, so you need to die. You should die."
Yeah.
Like I think that that sounds terrible. And I know we've had cases that kind of like this, right, where people that are like on life support for like extended periods, and nobody wants to foot the bill anymore. So I know this is kind of like we've had issues like this before, cases like this before, but I'm kind of curious, like generally, like so if you have somebody who's like 80 years old and they are having hundreds of thousands of dollars spent on them to extend their lives or to deal with whatever illnesses are popping up, like why shouldn't we as a society say, hey, yeah, sorry, we know you want to stick around, but it's too expensive. It's not really worth it. You're not producing
Yeah.
enough to justify this.
Juby, just to clarify, are you like and just to clarify real quick, if it's their own private insurance, like I'm sure Jimmy Carter's is, would you have a problem with it? I know it
No,
sounds
it's
like
not. No. Jimmy Carter's is not. That's the whole point. Jimmy
Oh,
Carter
then
made
somebody needs to take a
Jimmy
pillow and
Jimmy
just
Carter made hospice care a government benefit. I think it makes it part of Medicare, and that was one of his big achievements in his presidency. And the reason why he's checked into it when he did, was because he wants to show the country, he wants to remind the country that this is an option that's available to them. That and to a lot of people, that might be the reason they don't off themselves, right? Because there's something available by the government that's going to ease your pain and make sure that you're passing from this life to whatever's next is as comfortable as possible, so that there's less to fear. But Doobie, I want to answer your question.
Yeah, go for it.
I just want to answer your question real quick. It's not. Even the Catholic Church, which is probably the most extreme on this, even the Catholic Church would say that if you cannot, if you would naturally die without assistance, then it is not an immoral choice to allow death to come. It's actually what they call I forgot what it's called. But when the choice that you make, it's a prudential choice. It's a prudential choice. It's up to your own prudence. So it's not immoral to say this would eat up all these resources just to keep me alive. The church says you don't have to undergo extraordinary means in order to continue to live. Like, that's not what's immoral. What's immoral is if you have the natural ability to live and you choose to cut that short.
Right. So I guess what I'm getting at is like, so if we have a case where somebody, like, I think there are like even cancers that have like there's like a monthly pill that's like $30,000 a month, right? For a pill. If
Right.
you have like a certain type of like cancer. So I have somebody like that who's very old, and most people in the U.S. don't make a lot of money, didn't make a lot of money. So this very likes person that didn't really generate much income or tax money for society, for the community in their life anyway. And now they're like 60s, 70 years old, and we're spending $30,000 a month just on this one pill, not to mention all the rest of the treatment that they might be going through. Like, at what point do we say, hey, yeah, we're not paying for this anymore. You just need to die. And actually, here's the option we'll help you die, right? Here's MAID, or here's assisted suicide, whatever the fuck it is, right? There's like a drink a thing you can drink to like pass out and die, or whatever the fuck. Like, at what point should we do that? Not just so like, I mean, it really, if we're being honest, it is just to get rid of the burden to society. Hey, it's like, hey, you're a burden. We're either not going to pay for you anymore, or we're going to help you die. It's one of those things. Like, I think there is a point at which we get there, and it really just does become a financial decision, right?
Yeah, I mean, at least in theory, the church isn't supposed to be making policy decisions here. It's just the church is simply opining on what's moral and what isn't moral. And the church would say that, yeah, if prolonging your life with this pill takes up X amount of resources, that then becomes a prudential choice. It's not immoral to choose not to take the pill, right? You can say no, like. I'd rather die or whatever. But at the same time, if you want to take the pill and you can afford it because you have resources for it or whatever, that's the church says that's also prudential, right? It's not necessarily immoral if you have the resources.
But would you have an issue with it, with the government promoting it at that level? Right. So with the government saying, hey, 70-year-old dude with cancer, we're not going to pay for this cancer treatment. So either you suffer through the cancer until it kills you, or we will help you die. Like, would you have an issue with that happening? Because that is basically them, the government encouraging.
No,
them to
there's
kill themselves.
always a limit, right? There's always like if the government says, okay, it's worth it at 30,000, but not at 50,000, or if they say it is worth it at 50,000, you can move your hypothetical to 100,000. There comes a point where you can't do it, right? Where it's just not feasible. Right. And at the same time, it's not just money, because that money like represents lives. That money, if put in some other resource, would save more lives than it would save in this instance or whatever. All those things have to be taken into consideration. As distasteful as it may seem, we don't have infinite resources, and the government has to figure out the best way to use its resources. And as inefficient as government is at doing that, it can always get worse, right? You can always make a less efficient choice. So yeah, I don't have a problem with any of that morally.
Okay.
Let's go to Ali and Corey, and then Gibbs.
All right. Yeah. Okay. Well, just quick for Doobie. I would wonder why so the pill's $30,000, right? Which is going to tie into my question for Corey. The pill's $30,000 because the pharmaceutical companies can charge X amount because they're claiming the money for research, so on and so forth. So to us, the pill costs this much, and I'm never going to be able to argue against pharmaceutical costs and research and whatever, so on and so forth.
Well, what if you have to kill a unicorn in order to make the pill? Right. Or by which I mean, what if the resources
extremely rare ingredients in an extremely difficult process to make?
Yeah, so I'm never gonna be able to argue it, but that was gonna be to my point with Corey. So with MAID, are there MAID advertisements in the same way that there are antidepressant advertisements? Is there
first of all, there's no.
What would the side effect disclaimer be on one of those MAID advertisements?
Yeah, you get what
the side effects may include living because it goes wrong. As opposed to, sorry, did you have more to your question? Sorry.
Well, no, it was literally just that. Are there efforts to advertise this as a medical treatment because it's supposed to be a medical test?
You might be surprised to hear that, but the United States is sort of an outlier in terms of allowing pharmaceutical advertising. That was in Canada and most other developed countries, you can't advertise pharmaceuticals or any sort of healthcare, at least pretty much medications. Yeah. And that includes there's no government advertisements for MAID at all.
Because in America,
advertisements for SSRIs or anything like that.
I feel in America you'd have MAID pharmaceutical reps, and they just be going around to doctors and therapists and being like, "Hey, listen, so you have a bunch of patients that have been on these antidepressants for a while. You should really push this treatment. This treatment seems to be working for everyone, right? It's curing a bunch of
depression. There are no complaints.
There are no complaints afterwards. No long-term side effects. They don't have to it's a whole. I feel that's what would end up happening is you'd have MAID reps going around and just then.
To
give a slippery slope of just
in Canada. There's no advertisements about talk to your doctor about Viagra. There's no advertisement about talk to your doctor about MAID.
Cool. Well, then wait. The story was the story was in where it was in Sweden. You guys said I didn't really read the whole.
In the Netherlands, I believe.
Netherlands.
Okay, yeah.
Which has a long history of letting people off themselves.
Those Scandinavians
and prostitution.
I'm less with this. That's the advertisement of
Corey.
First, just a sort of a commentary of I want to point out, let's say, the false dichotomy that even the article itself has in the title of physically healthy Dutch woman. Last I checked, I'm not a neurologist or expert, but I believe the brain is part of the physical body. And that this dichotomy between physical health and mental health is it is a false dichotomy. But Doobie, you said, I believe in your opening statement, that you're sort of like on the fence, you're torn. Is there something specific that you're torn about?
Yeah, I mean, I think
what
that-
makes you torn about it?
I think my own personal experience with suicide, not that I've ever been suicidal, but just I've known people who are suicidal. I've known people who killed themselves. And I think I've told you guys before about just like a couple years ago, 2 or 3 years ago, I walked in on my mother trying to kill herself in the garage, and that was like that whole experience is that it totally like opened my eyes about a lot of things, right? I got a weird text from my mother. Drove out to their house. I wouldn't answer the door. I jumped the back wall, and she was in the garage trying to hang herself. And it was like, so when I was like untying the noose, the noose that she'd made, and she was telling me that she was going to kill herself. And I knew my mother had a very, very, very fucked up, very traumatic childhood. Lots of abuse, sexual, physical, like all types of abuse. Went through the foster care system. Really bad childhood. So she was telling me that, if she didn't do it there, she's just gonna wait for nobody to be around, and she'd go off into the woods somewhere, right? Or she'd walk onto the freeway, or something like this, right? So, and I felt like obviously I wanted to help her. I wanted to stop her because she's my mother. I don't want her to die. But I couldn't help feeling like I was being selfish in stopping her. Like there was something selfish about me saying, "Hey, yeah, actually, I know you're basically living in like torture, because of all this like mental anguish you've got, and I know you've gone to therapy for a few years, and she even went to like inpatient like mental health wards and shit, for like different like a month at a time, over the years, and so she's done a lot of shit to try to fix this. It's not fixed." Right. So like there's something selfish about saying, "Hey, yeah, I know that you don't want to be here anymore because you're in pain, but sorry, I want to be here, so fuck you." Like that just feels wrong. But that was a couple like 3 years ago. Now my mother's fine. She, we figured out, we had like a whole thing with the family. We figured out where the sticking points were, and we worked on ways to fix that together, right? And now I think she's doing a lot better. She hasn't had any issues like that in a long time. So is it like, but I know that's not the case for everybody. A lot of people don't really have that support. Things just don't get any better, right? They always feel like shit, and they always want to die, and we can't really, from the outside fix that for them. So that's what has me torn. It's just like, how do I tell somebody like, "Hey, there's hope, you need to stick around," when I don't actually know that. And for every day that I'm trying to pressure them not to kill themselves, they are suffering. I'm basically saying, "Hey, suffer because I'd feel bad if you died." And that's what makes it feel strange for me.
Yeah, that's understandable. Totally. Well, yeah, thank you very much for sharing that. That makes your position much more clear to me. And so I guess I'll pose this to you, and I guess maybe everyone else that wants to answer. I guess actually even although I might have asked this hypothetical before to you. But trying to control for this, suffering aspect of like, let's say whatever, 50, 100 years, 200 years down the line. Okay, we get to the point of like we solve aging, we live forever. Do we have the right to kill ourselves, or can we voluntarily ask for aid at that point?
I think obviously there's nothing in the real world to really compare this to that I can think of, but I read a lot of books, right? And there are books where people, I've read stories where people live forever, and they kind of explore this, where this like idea that eventually somebody just had enough of living, had enough of all the shit that comes with being alive, all the responsibility, all the pressures, etc., and they just want to be around anymore, right? And I'm sure there are cases where this has happened in the real world, but I can't really be in those people's heads. But through a bunch of different authors, I've who are exploring this specific topic, I think that I can absolutely imagine somebody just being like, "Hey, yeah, I've been around for 400 years. I'm done. I don't want to be around anymore. That's it." And I think at that point, yeah, I'd be fine with them making that decision.
Fair enough.
Yeah, I'm probably the most anti-assisted suicide like of the people in the panel here today, but I wouldn't take the option away like legally. I just My concern is always outside influence, like encouraging that. And if anything, I want it to be discouraged to a certain degree, but not to the point where it's fully illegal. And I think that that's where people who are truly against assisted suicide, that's where those people and I would sort of like part ways, because I really don't see how you can like force somebody to live against their will. Like consent has to matter to some degree, but I also think that there needs to be some resistance to the idea. I don't think we should instantly say yes the first time somebody asks to kill themselves. I think to the degree that we're being consulted at all, like we need to like put some pressure against it.
Yeah. So I think understandably your concerns are like with the process and how it's implemented, but like at least from what I understand, philosophically and like morally, like you would not force someone to live forever just for the sake of
At
them
the
living
end,
forever.
yeah, at the end of the day, right? But again, like I think there needs to be some resistance.
Yeah,
Because you can always correct the mistake if if it turns out you chose life. That's you can come back and address it, right? But once you're dead, you can't. There's really nothing you can do to fix that.
For now.
Yeah, Corey, with your thing, I think the difference is like if someone lives for 400 years, 500 years, 100 years, or if they have the ability to live forever, right? It feels like it's like a pretty regular choice or a common choice. Like eventually you would want to die, right? So it doesn't feel like this huge thing. But when someone's going through like mental issues, right? It's like so like I had a girlfriend who was going through like suicidal issues, and you like because you're in this like weird relationship with them, you like you want to you want to help them, and you feel like if you let them kill themselves, now you absorb this like guilt of like you could have done more, you could have done whatever. But it's like to Doobie's point, it is just as selfish almost to be like, well, no, I want you to stay because you're not going to be able to resolve the issue. So like with someone being able to, because we can live forever, kill themselves, I feel like I'd be more okay with it. But that's why I don't feel like it.
Well, I understand, but there's a reason why I pose that hypothetical because like there are people out there, I'm not going to name names, that I posed and like and they're in the Twitch space. They answer like, no, you're obligated to live forever. And I think that's unpalatable for understandably most people.
Yeah, no.
So
I think I
on
know
that
who you mean.
So I want to jump in here, if y'all don't mind. This is the issue I have with this, right? And this comes back to your talking about Jimmy Carter, the hospice, like that shit's disgusting to me, right? Like I like if like we shouldn't be paying, my tax dollars shouldn't be going for like this hospice thing. Like that should be a private person thing. We don't need to go into why I think that and all that good jazz. But this is something I'm concerned about, and this is why I brought this up earlier. Therapists should never be allowed to advocate for suiciding, like, or whatever, because the reason for that is you would think therapists are in the medical field to some extent, or are in the medical field. Like the whole point of like medicine is to like help somebody get better, right, and extend their quality of life, make their quality of life better. If we have them advertising, and like this is like maybe where I'm okay, like I would have an issue with maybe one capitalist thing. This is why I'm not a full libertarian. I would definitely make that a law where the therapist can't recommend this, right? Like they can't say this is your option. I would even say maybe don't tell people this is an option. And I also wouldn't have necessarily a problem with their private insurance paying for a maid or something similar. Like that would be fine. But when we start having the government pay for it, that's an issue. It's just look at the death penalty, right? They have made the death penalty outrageously expensive in these states, shows government inefficiency, and then they have the audacity to say something simple like, putting two in the back of somebody's head is cruel and unusual when it's an instant death. That's outrageous to me. It's disgusting. And I can see the government doing the same thing where, oh, they're in hospice or they're in whatever, and it's going to start being all this expensive stuff. Whenever in reality, instead of having Jimmy Carter doing a maid or whatever, all he really needs is a nurse to come up to him with a pillow and just, and then that'll be the end of that. And that's way cheaper. That's free. Like, I don't
What's the
understand.
cost of maid?
Yeah, like I don't understand. Like, so I think the economics is a big deal. Now, once again, if I get dementia and I decide that, hey, I don't want to, like, and I've said this many a times to my parents, my friends, my family. If I get so bad in my dementia that I don't know what I am or what's going on, listen, turn me out, drop me off in the wilderness somewhere where I'm not going to get back. That like let the cows take care of me or whatever take care of me. Maybe just give me a shotgun and say go hog hunting this weekend. If I know, and maybe it'll pair lucidity, I'll try some lead diet. All these things, like, that's fine. That's cheap. That's government's not paying for it. I'm not paying for it. That's okay. I have a problem with the government telling people what they can and can't do. And I do have an issue with therapists who are supposed to be helping people saying, oh, you know how we help them? We go, ha! And like, that doesn't make any sense to me. That's ridiculous. And I guess that's where I turn into my not libertarian self and say that should be regulated in that manner.
Only the cost of MAID is negative. That is to say, the government saves money every time it kills somebody.
How do they do that? Because they're getting tax dollars from them.
Because they're not spending money to keep them alive. Like,
well, okay, but what if it's
but it's a medical treatment like any other, right? So like, wouldn't it be like the cost of the drugs, and then they could just, make it like $100,000 to go through MAID, but then insurances are covering that cost.
Yeah, I mean, it's one thing if it's insurance.
That's what I was wondering.
Private people are paying for that, right? Like a private person's paying for their insurance, and then you can always pick a medical plan where my insurance covers me. Now, I don't know why insurance would ever cover that, because the whole point of insurance is to guarantee something doesn't happen, or like, if it does, you're covered. So I don't know
so
why
when
they
insurance,
I don't know why they would cover MAID in that situation, but like, I don't think you can even argue the economics thing when they're like, they're gonna go, oh, I want this humane way of being put to sleep slowly, and it costs whatever. We had to build this machine. Like, it's one thing if they do that, like, that's ridiculous. It's another thing if they download the 3D printing idea that they can build it themselves, or they take care of themselves. That I'm okay with, but like, I shouldn't have to pay for it.
Well, if someone wasn't insured,
most of the people, yeah, but also most people qualify who qualify for this kind of shit. They're not the kind of people who are by and large working full-time jobs or like actually contributing much to the tax base.
Well, listen, we could just turn them to cannon fodder and send them out to like take over a country or something. Like, I don't know. There's a lot of.
So I actually hate to admit, the same thought did pass my mind, because I remember during Fukushima, they recruited old people to go clean up the radiation.
Yeah.
Because when the radiation actually hits you, you were going to be long dead anyway because you're really old. So I almost wonder if like we can't. It sounds weird, but like, what if we say, hey, MAID patient, like, we need you to like go in this reactor core and like clean some shit up, and then we'll let you go. But like, what do you say, right? Like, why not give it a shot? You're going to be dead anyway. It's kind of a reasonable option for me.
Yeah, I mean, like, I don't have a problem with that, like, at all. Like, I mean, that's the perfect kind of scenario in this situation, like, where they can do it. It's like, saving people money, taxpayer dollars. It's eliminating them. They're dying, so we don't have to pay for them in perpetuity. They're actually helping clean up a natural disaster. Japan has some stuff figured out. It took them 2 nukes to get them on the right path, but hey, this is a case where they had figured out.
You should just send the old people to war. Put them in the front
that's what I'm
lines,
saying.
get rid of
Put
them first,
or
right?
the depressed ones. Like, if they're so depressed, that
waste some bullets from the other side.
Let them be a bullet sponge. Like,
Yeah,
I mean,
waste some
like,
bullets from the other
one of
side.
them.
There you go.
I think you'll have a hard time convincing them that being a bullet sponge is somehow better than just putting one in your own head.
Well, right, that's fine too.
You guarantee there's no pain, right? There's the amount of time. It's literally like it's probably the most humane way to.
Yeah,
to
so that comes back to the death penalty thing. How is if that's the most humane way to do it is eat a shotgun, then how are we going to sit here and talk about the death penalty? Like, yes, we have to spend $30,000 on 3 different drugs to slowly put them to sleep, and then the people that have like gone through it, and like, I guess the rare situations where they didn't work.
I'd much rather execution by firing squad.
I agree. Like, I mean, why aren't we doing that? Like, or
like, if it were me, if you give me the choice, there are people who want to choose that.
Cinder blocks to the ankle, throw them in the ocean. Same kind of thing. I don't understand the issues here.
Yeah, why can't we just have like 2 like giant bricks?
Who did choose that? They asked them how they wanted to go, and it was firing squad was still in the book somehow. Like, nobody.
Oh, it was the election chair.
No. I think it was Kansas. Then they brought back. It was some Midwest state, like Prairie State, and they just recently had brought back the firing squad, and then somebody elected to do the firing squad.
Oh, so it was a recent thing where they added.
The only issue I have with the fire squad is that people are going to sit here and like. They're like, oh, I don't want to be the one doing it. And that's why they give some people loaded guns and some people don't. So they always have that idea they didn't shoot them or whatever. I get how that could be wearing on mental health. But there's plenty of people, I guarantee, that wouldn't have a problem being the executioner. Like let's let people sign up for it like any other job. And I'm not saying those people are mentally healthy, but if they want to do it,
Like a
let them do it.
self-report.
We
I'm
should just
willing
hire
to
No,
do
I
it.
mean,
within the
hey,
prisons.
hey, listen, if they're a serial killer or they want to be a serial killer,
Yeah.
and guess what? And they instead of killing people on the outside, they sign up to be the executioner. You know what? Hey, at least they became a healthy member of society then, and we eliminated criminals and death penalty, and we saved taxpayer dollars. I don't see an issue with that. Like that seems like a good solve.
Yeah, to
We
be
can
clear,
also,
I'm against the death penalty, but if I were for it, I would think that firing squad would be the most humane way to do it. Yeah.
Okay, so this is you guys have been weird. Um,
We all
uh,
agree.
we could do
Mm.
pigs too. I'd be okay with that.
well, so do you like to it? How serious were you about the nuclear radiation cleanup?
Kind of like I'm kind of serious about that. Like, there's jobs that are very dangerous, and for people who are like kind of wanting to die anyway, they seem like apt choices. Like maybe we can suspend their OSHA requirements, like for the temporarily or something. I don't know. Like there's something. I'm just trying to like
Well, OSHA's evil.
Are you,
you know.
trying to
Well,
find
yeah,
a
yeah.
utility? A
I'm trying
utility
to
for
find.
people
Yeah,
who are
I'm
about
trying
to
to find.
die?
Yeah, exactly. I'm trying to find a utility for like people like they can go
They could
work
be
on like the oil
minesweepers.
rig, minesweepers, right? Like
Like just and don't give them a metal detector. Just tell them to run across the field.
So is
yeah, like
this
that one scene from Rambo, except we just
to
have like the old
earn
people.
the right to die?
I don't know. Like
We should just have a Hunger Games.
I'm saying we ask them,
Oh,
right?
I'm okay with that.
Ultimately, I'm
Gladiators.
standing my position that like people, you have a right to your life. You can do what you
Oh
want
my
with your
god,
own life.
old gladiators, like senior gladiators.
I like that idea.
I would
Die in
watch that.
glory.
I
That
would.
would
I
actually
would.
be
Pay,
pretty
I
rad.
would pay
I'm
for
gonna give you
ad
that one.
spots.
Is
on
this
that
what
as
the
well.
peasants think about all day? Is how can we just fuck over the old people? Like I just said,
Yeah,
take away
that's-
their social security, and that's good enough. But
Um,
Well,
No,
once
we
you take
need
away
them-
their
we need
social
them to
security,
fight.
then they're going to be financially pressured into being gladiators, and then we have
Yeah.
an ample supply of gladiators.
So
But
taking the
I thought they
theatrics
would
away
just move
from
in the
this,
basement. But what? Okay.
Prime,
Yeah.
if you go back and you look at that decision to put older people at Fukushima because they have fewer years ahead of them, that sounds like a rational, if you know you're going to be sacrificing lives no matter what in order to clean that up. I mean, doesn't it sound rational that you would pick someone in their 60s over someone in their 20s?
I don't know if I would pick, right? Like I would uh like here's an offer, right? Like we need people. One, I would make sure people are highly paid. Even if I thought they were gonna die, make sure they're highly paid. And then, if it was a guaranteed death, make sure that money go to whoever or whatever organization they'd like to send it to.
Would you prefer
Because
if
they're
it was
doing
the
us a
older
service.
people?
But beyond that, right? If I wouldn't like like go to like old folks' homes, like, hey, if we got a job for you. I put out a
Okay.
general call. Whoever would like to take that call, can do it. We do have protective equipment for going in to hazardous places like this. So I'm not sure if it. I mean, depending on where exactly you're cleaning up. If we're in the core, well then yeah, you're fucked. But uh but beyond that, if especially if there's a chance to life,
I mean, even Spock couldn't survive it, right? Like when he did it.
Or
certainly.
Kirk.
But I'm not going to say that we have to go to these old people and tell them that this is your responsibility. Put that pressure on them. Oh, this is for the country, right? And so you have to do it. Like, these people also, if the point on the other side of this is that like life means something, right? That it has some sort of intrinsic value, then it seems weird to go to old individuals and put social pressure on them and say, well, you have less of it ahead of you. And so like that time, I've decided because there's less of it that it means it's more or less valuable, which is a weird formulation about like the value of life in the first place. So no, I wouldn't do that.
They even called these people. They even called them suicide squads. Fukushima
fine.
suicide squads.
I don't agree with that, Brian. You would have to agree, and I hate to be like, I'm sorry. I think older people, in terms of we're measuring life, like they have less life ahead of them, right?
I mean, I've already.
I mean, it's
granted you that.
voluntary, these things too, right? They weren't like round up all the nursing home and be like, hey, none of y'all paid y'all's dues this month. Here's the option. You can go work on Fukushima and stay here, or you can get kicked out and do whatever. They weren't doing that. These were like all volunteer from what I understand.
I'm saying, hold on, but the thing is like you guys are saying that the way that we present a legally assisted suicide is important, right? That government sponsoring it like is somehow perverse, right? That there's some sort of toxic pressure, even if you would allow it. Okay, so then now you tell me, okay, well, if there is a dangerous job that will almost surely end in death, right? And radiation sickness is not a pleasant way to die, right? I'm sure my friend Corey can back me up on this one. Like it's awful, awful. And then so you say, well, it's fine if the government shows up, right? Targets the elderly, and for the sake of the nation, you've got to do this. That's okay. But the government simply advertising that, legally assisted suicide is an option, that's not okay. I don't know how you guys can even reconcile that.
Prime, can I
Hold
ask
on.
you?
So how do you apply that to, let's say you're on the Titanic, right? What is it they all said? The
I was
women
going
and
to do the
children
exact,
first?
exact
Right?
same question.
Women,
So I mean, is it immoral for the older people to allow?
Well-
Let's forget the male female thing for a
Well,
second.
the reason why they did that
Is
so men could
is
figure
it
out the problem.
immoral for the older people to willingly have to hold back in order for the children to live? Is there something perverse about the men that dying so that the children can live?
multiple things here. One, I watched I'm not sure if you've seen the channel. It's a good channel called Today I Learned, right? It's a popular channel. And basically like people ask questions, like random questions, and they like do a deep dive into these, right? One of them was on women and children first, right? This idea is not as widespread as people think. It got popularized in American media, especially with like the Titanic. I think maybe more the movie than anything else. I haven't watched the episode in a while, so I forget exactly what all the details were. But I remember the thrust of it is that this isn't as widespread as you think, right? And within emergencies, people just like come up like together, like here's what we'll do, right? If there's limited resources to exit this emergency, people figure that out on the fly. So there's that, right? Leave that out.
Prime, you're wrong on that with the Titanic. The Titanic was overwhelmingly male casualties, specifically because they gave women and children.
Well, the reason
No.
we all
I'm
know
saying
why.
Talking about the
I'm not
idea,
saying-
I think.
Yeah. I'm saying that it popularized the idea, the Titanic.
Yeah, but that's like it's a good thing to prioritize children for survival, right?
No, but hold on.
No, the reason why they did that, Blacktoid, is because they wanted the men there so the men could figure out how to solve the problem of the Titanic without the women and children bitching. That's what the problem was.
Yeah,
That's
they're gonna
why they
solve
sent them out first. That's why in any of these
They're gonna go
scenarios,
patch it
always
up.
the-
Yeah, they're gonna roll up their sleeves.
yeah,
Gonna go
or-
put it back
or-
together
listen,
again.
empty the
there's an
water
example.
out.
Listen, there's an
The
example of a
experiment
man
failed,
who's
Gibbs. The experiment failed. The
No,
men failed.
see, there's an
We
example
should
of
have
a man
kept the
who
women and
figured out.
children on to solve it.
No, the women
No,
stayed
there's a-
on and bitched too much, Corey. That was the
Hold on,
problem. They were there for
there's
too
a man
long.
that figured out how to solve the problem on the Titanic. He literally got so wasted that his body temperature was high, and it was the baker on the Titanic that when they pulled him out of the water, they said they did the medical exam. I'll post that thing here. He survived because he was wasted. If all the men had just got wasted after they got the women off, they could have probably told some good stories as the ship went down, and they would have probably all lived. Instead, they all died of hypothermia.
Okay, first
Yeah,
of all,
the more drunk you are, the easier it is to get hypothermia. Just
No,
You're not
I'm gonna
actually
post an
warmer.
article.
This is what a double doctorate does for you.
No, hold on. There's
So-
an actual article about this where the guy survived because he was drinking.
so what I'm imagining
wasted.
right now, with Gibbs' comment is like a bunch of men, right, with dad bods, like holding a
Amen.
beer, right, looking at like the gushing a hole into the side of the Titanic, talking about the best way to fix it. Like, oh, if I had my tools here, I'd be able to knock that out. Anyway, moving past that. So Lactoid, the point that I was saying.
hold a
is that-
flashlight. Hold it still.
Yeah, hold it still.
King of the
Oh, you're
hill.
not doing it right.
King of
That's
the
why
hill
you
on
can't even do it.
Titanic.
100%. So Lactoid, what I'm the point of the story of the episode is that there were specific moments where this rule was in place, right? The women and children first was in place, and then that was like popularized, and then that became like people thought that, well, this is just the way that it's done, you know. But like there's a specific beginning to this rule, and there's only been a few moments where it's actually been used. But like if you talk to experts on like how these situations unfold, like in general, right? When emergency happens in such a fashion where there's like limited resources to escape, this is like people just figure out on the fly, right? So it could be instead like not the women and children first. It could be the injured first, right? Well, let's get the injured out of here, and then anyone else, the able-bodied people, will come last, right? So like,
you're forgetting like back then women were worth dying for, right? So like there was a different calculus. Now who gives a fuck, right?
Well, I mean, they're feminists, right? So I mean,
right, yeah. Now it's just it's free for
equal
all.
rights
All,
equal that you can
yeah, exactly. You want equal rights? Now we're equal. There you go.
Brian, that solution really just sort of puts off the question because there's still among the able bodies, there's still men, women, and children. So you still have to make that division. You're just saying maybe you prioritize the injured first. But within that prioritization, like there are always going to be other prioritizations, and else. That's why you use the all else being equal measure. All else being equal, you're going to prioritize the children over the adults, right?
What I'm saying. Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
I would. I mean, that's my answer. Like, I'm gonna prioritize like younger and healthier people in these kind of like trolley scenarios all the time, right?
Yeah, maybe if there's a injured adult, then that person like gets pushed forward because of this distinction that you're making, right? But that doesn't mean that all else being equal, you don't still prioritize children over adults.
Yeah, but the situation that you guys are talking about, one, isn't even the same as that Titanic. There is no sinking ship. This is a disaster zone. You're actually sending people in, right? Rather than a disaster zone, you're exfiltrating people from, right? So to say, well, this must be the same. We can tell these old people, right, that we need your help for this thing, so you should die. Right, that you should take this. Now, I'm sorry, we're not going to force you, of course, right? Of course not. But we're going to apply social pressure to you guys now. So if you thought again, if you say that it's some sort of toxic pressure for the government simply to advertise,
but they're trying to get made, Prime. They're trying to off themselves. Like they don't want to do a dangerous task.
So okay, but what you can do is you can say, okay, we're looking for volunteers, and then you have a list of volunteers, right? But you know the ages of the volunteers. So among the volunteers, who are people, there's no pressure here. These are all people who volunteered to go in and help,
then they
and
can
fully
all go
informed.
in and help.
So you want to kill the maximum number of people?
No, hold on. So we have a job to do, right? And
yeah.
It needs to be done. Unless you're.
We need 100 people. 1,000 people volunteered, and you're saying send all 1,000 in.
We can randomize it.
But why? When there are other factors to consider, right? Like if someone is going to give up the next 5 years of their life or the next 10 years of their life, or somebody else is being asked to give up the next 50 years of their life.
Not being
that's
asked.
A measurable
They're not
thing.
being asked, right? So
they were volunteers.
Sure,
they volunteered.
But if they knew, but if they like all of these volunteers, they're volunteering because they believe that they're sort of the last line of defense, right? So if there are like, obviously, if you pick some people out of that group, the other ones are going to get to live. I think it's reasonable to. I'm not saying it's the only factor, right? Like if you have a young person who's trained at doing these kinds of cleanups, but under less extreme circumstances, obviously, maybe that 25-year-old should be picked because there are other factors that outweigh just the age difference, right? Because maybe that person is capable of doing a 3 times more effective job than an older person. So that's another factor. Like we're not talking about this. That's why you do the all else being equal thing, right? Is because you know that there's going to be other.
Take this farther. Okay, all right. So let's look at the jobs they perform, right?
Kidney donation.
There's a blue collar worker here, and then there's a CEO. I mean, one person less. I know what Lactoid thinks about that.
Yes.
One person here is less valuable, right? Why don't we go by taking another Lactoid argument? Why don't we just go by actuarial tables, right? Because they decide like how much
or
to
value
pay.
to society,
do.
right?
Yeah,
Well,
how much to
yeah,
pay people.
like for example, like you had like somebody who's going to cure cancer tomorrow, and then like compare that to somebody who's like, I don't know, a sex offender. You're really telling me you're not going to like? There's obviously a priority of importance here in terms of like saving a life, right? They're not equal. They're not equal people.
We use
Yeah.
these actuarial tables all the time for these sorts of things. We use them for deciding who gets a kidney, right? There's more kidneys, or there's more people who need kidneys than we have available kidneys, and so we look and we say, okay, are we going to give this kidney to an alcoholic, or part of a liver to an alcoholic, or are we going to give it to somebody who isn't one, or are we going to give it to someone who has had certain diseases that would like make it less possible, maybe it would last for 30 years in this person, but it would last for 50 years in this other person. All of those things get considered.
Yeah.
We don't
okay.
randomize that.
Well, I'm saying that I'm saying it's odd for us to say that you know which I think all you Ali is the youngest one here, I think. And
Which is why he's not on screen.
yeah. Someone's changing
He
his
was
diapers.
saved.
But to say that, well, his life is inherently more valuable because there's more of it, right? Let's pretend, and Ali is, as far as I know, isn't this? He's a upstanding individual. Let's say that he was strung out, right? Some strung out drug addict, and we say, well, this person, because there's more of his life, is more valuable than Aiko here, who is a teacher providing value to his community, right? Or let's say that Aiko has grandkids, because he looks like he's old enough for that. And they are like he provides great emotional support for them. He enriches their lives, but he only has 10 years left. And so Ali has 40 years left, or whatever the calculation is, right? And to simply weigh it by that. Now you're saying that there's other calculations, but in the end, you're falling back on there is a number here, right? There's a number of years, and so that should be our main calculus. I'm saying, hey, let's let people arrive.
I don't think it's say the main calculus.
You could
it just
say
should be
the
a
first
calculus.
100. So you're asking me like there's 1,000 people, 100 spots. The first 100, you get it.
Yeah, so this is why I said all else being equal, right? Like all of those other factors have to be calculated in too, right? And some of those factors might be more important than the age differential, right? Like some of the ones that you mentioned, or I even mentioned one, right? Like somebody might be more skilled, and we might need them like in that room at that time or whatever. But when you do the randomization thing, what you're saying is that none of those calculations are important. None of those calculations matter.
Then we don't have to do that. 1 second. Soyadal, thank you for the 100 bits. Said yeah. Lactoid, that's how we got Godzilla. I'm guessing we were talking about radiation at some point. And
Fukushima, yeah.
Fukushima, indeed. But okay, then the first 100, we'll say the first 100 people to sign up, and you get to go and die.
Why not the poorest 100? Why not that?
Why not? I don't know. I don't. It's just weird that we're saying because you have less life that I don't know I don't know how to necessarily judge the value of these lives. But you guys seem sure that you can, right? So I'm saying that
Not me.
Oh yeah. Well,
You guys really think a 20-year-old and an 80-year-old, all else being equal, you think these two people are equal in terms of importance, in terms of value? The 80-year-old's going to die soon. Like here, let me ask you this: would you buy milk that has a month left till expiration, or milk that expires the next day? Which milk are you buying?
Saying people can be
Are,
reduced?
are all milks equal? You're just gonna like close your eyes and grab whatever milk's in front of you?
Consume people now, or are you advocating for
No. Here,
Oh my God.
roll with the example. Okay, you're obviously going to prioritize like the
Soylent
milk
Green.
that has like a longer time to like last because it's more valuable because there's a time preference to all this shit.
But that's not the only factor to consider here. Like I get your point, right? I don't think it's a bad point. The issue is that humans are very, very multifaceted, and I think there's many different forms of like strength and prosperity and vitality and all that shit, right? So like what would be the overriding factor that would make me say, hey, that 80-year-old is more worth saving than a 20-year-old? Right? Well, does the 20-year-old have cancer? Right? Also,
yeah, that's why it's all else equal, right? If they have cancer,
and then
sure, then they're less.
Right. And then more importantly, though, is like, you know, how many people rely upon that 80-year-old? Yeah, he might be around for 6 more fucking months, but that guy might employ 1 million people. Like, there's like, I hate the idea actually that like humanity is equal. I really do. The problem is that whenever anyone takes that shit, they tend to run off into the supremacy doctrine of that. So I can't square the circle for a lot of people here, but I think it's very apparent.
Hold on.
Well, it's also true that we'll probably make mistakes in prioritization, right? Even if
Sure.
we do come up with the right spectrum to measure, there's gonna be stuff that we miss. We're gonna find out afterwards that, oh shit, the consequence of that person dying was a lot worse than we thought it would be.
I need you to answer my question before directly, right? Like, you specifically had a problem with government putting pressure on or even advertising, right?
Right.
Like this. So then how can you say that lactoids radiation suicide squad is lactoid's idea, not Japan's idea. Lactoid came up. That this is somehow ethical.
Because it's for the same reason why you might ask, why am I for the death penalty, but I'm fine with soldiers dying in war, or whatever? Because it's what it is that you're trying to accomplish with the death, right? Like death in war is unavoidable and can often be used to, at least ideally, it would be a superior scenario to not fighting it, right? Like if we didn't enter World War II and you have let's say the Holocaust was allowed to complete itself, that would be a worse scenario than going into the war, one might argue, even though people on your side die when they go into that war. So we have to factor all of that in. There's a whole philosophy to this. It's called just war theory, and people are constantly, and we're also in the middle of a fog of war where we don't have reliable data on much, and so we're constantly having to make this prioritization while at the same time not being able to fully trust our data. But I'm pretty sure that if we just made everything a random roll of the dice instead, a random number generator making these decisions, we would end up with worse decisions than when we make these calculations. And that's different than when you're trying to influence people into killing themselves. They're not doing so for this heroic reason that's going to save others' lives. You don't have that sort of countervailing thing to it. And so that matters. That's why people who object to suicide don't necessarily reject heroism in battle. Does that make sense?
Well, why does it matter? I mean, if we're talking about someone ending their lives, right? Like, and you might have, if you have a problem with someone ending their life, and that life is valuable, and life should be maintained for whatever reason, right? And then you're saying, well, but now, especially in a situation that this individual does not have to get themselves
because
involved.
you're still talking about saving lives. You're talking about saving, these people who are going in there.
Japan,
I wouldn't send them in there
no
to
one...
do that cleanup if it wouldn't save lives.
Well, okay, all right. Well, Japan, they could have just abandoned those areas. We're gonna close these areas out for a few millennia, right, and let this naturally dissipate.
That would have resulted in the deaths of thousands. We're talking about the people who went in there sacrificed their lives in order to save the lives of people, even if it's a far distance away. Like, did you ever see that what was it, the HBO miniseries about Chernobyl? Yeah. Like, do you remember when Gorbachev was sitting at that meeting and they were explaining how far the radiation would go and how many people it would kill because the winds would carry it, and that it would basically decimate Europe? Those are the sorts of decisions that they were making that day. Now, whether or not that was the case with Fukushima, we can argue. But yeah, I'm pretty sure the calculation was that more people would have died as a result of not cleaning it up than would die cleaning it up. This is like utilitarian calculus to some degree.
It sounds like you're illustrating a difference between like wasting your life, which would just be like ending it, or giving your life to a greater cause or a greater good. If you're going to choose to end your life, it should be like through something noble to where there's a greater benefit versus just you ending your life. And that's what it sounds like the difference is that these people that are willing to that want to do the maid service, right? We don't want them to just go into a room and have be killed and have that be advertised. However, if there is like a great atrocity, for example, like the bomb dropped, as a nation leader, if you do have this option, you would typically want the older people to select to go because they have the least to give long term. And so there's a difference between just ending your life and then giving your life.
What if young people would be more effective at cleaning up? There'd be less lives lost.
But you'd be wasting them. You'd be wasting those lives.
Hold on. So there'd be less lives lost because you send in 20-year-olds to clean the job because they can do it faster, more efficiently. You sent in 20 years. So instead of 20 or 100 people going in, you send in 20 people, 20-year-olds, right? Rather than 180-year-olds.
Yeah, you wasted 20 versus giving nobility to the 80, which would be it's not there's no correct.
All else equal, those 80-year-olds are less valuable.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Oh, I love that you said that. Aiko, do you agree with that? So if it's 180-year-olds versus 20-year-olds, what would you pick?
Cancer-ridden 20-year-olds.
No, hold on. Every time you add more variables to it, it adds to that
number of years.
I said all else being equal, right? Because I'm rolling with you on that, Aiko. I think that's
yeah. I understand, but
that's a convenient.
Right, but Gibbs was trying to make all else not be equal. So that's why I was.
Okay, that's fine.
Because
then the calculation will be different. Yeah.
Ignore me, Aiko. Yeah, go ahead. Just go ahead.
Yeah, because
you make the calculation. I think it would be fine if you were going to say how many. What you want to do is you want to minimize the number of years lost. I think that would be a rational way to do it. I don't think it's the only way to do it. If somebody else decided that that no, quality of life matters too, and so young people need to be protected even when the math doesn't work out in terms of minimizing the number of years. That would be a rational way of doing it as well. At some point, you have limited choices, and you're going to have an imperfect a solution.
Wait,
but my solution I would be to say, minimize the number of years.
Rob, is this still people opting in? If you have 20-year-olds that want to opt into this maid program where they're going cleaning up, and you have 180-year-olds, or is it just you're selecting out of just a healthy pool of people?
This is just volunteers.
You need consent for something like this.
Yeah. My solution, literally the first 100 people. If you want to go, then your nation thanks you. But we don't have to go ask the old individuals. Hey, your country specifically needs you because you are less valuable. Say, hey, there's a job that needs to be done. The first 100 people to sign up, you're gonna go.
But is the job a suicide mission, essentially, right? And that's what I'm asking.
Yeah, the job is suicide mission.
Yeah, so then I'd probably still go with the 80-year-olds versus the 20-year-olds.
Wow. I mean, I think that's a perverse way of looking at it, but I guess we'll just have to agree or disagree on that one.
Anybody here seen Independence Day? That movie, Independence Day, the alien invasion and all that.
Great movie. Yeah.
Anybody remember Russell Case, the drunken pilot who has a crop duster?
He's like, I'm back.
Yeah. Yeah,
Randy Quaid, I
One of the
believe.
things that Randy Quaid played him. One of the things that made that sort of acceptable in the eyes of the audience was that his life was essentially over. He was a drunkard. He was older. He was disabled. He'd lost his family, so there'd be nobody who would miss him. All
Well,
of that.
hold on,
Well,
that's
no,
not the only reason. Hold on,
he
that's a
didn't lose his family.
mischaracterization.
I don't
Yeah,
believe.
part of
Oh.
Yeah, he
he didn't lose
sacrificed
his family.
himself for his family.
Yeah, and his family didn't want him
Okay,
to do it.
yeah, fair.
Remember, because they said, "Oh, you could keep living away." His family didn't want him to do it. The reason why they found it acceptable is because the end, he was proven right that he was abducted by those aliens allegedly, and he was back
Right.
to give his revenge to those bastards. That it wasn't because his life was over. That's a
Well, no, but a
mischaracterization.
lot of it had to do with his life kind of was over for that. Like he was because he couldn't get over that one thing that happened in his life decades ago.
But
sort
also
of,
his
like,
actions
made
gave
it.
his life meaning. You know what I'm saying? Like I'm the one taking these bastards down, right? Like at the end, like
Well,
that's
yeah, I
not.
know.
I
It's
got
not
a
like.
I got a completely different vibe of it. It was literally, he had literally the last weapon. The weapon didn't fucking work. There was no other option. And it's like, all right, do you fucking, keep doing what you're doing, or it's like, do you
Yeah, you're
kamikaze
right.
the
If he
damn
was
thing?
20, he probably still would have made the same decision, or it would have been the right thing
Right,
to do to still
and
make
the
that
dude would
decision.
literally be a national hero if that was actually something that happened.
But I'm pretty sure the reason they wrote his character the way that they did was to make it more comfortable for the audience when he finally does make the
Well, he
decision
was
that
also
he does.
comedic.
I
He was
actually
also
think of him more
he
as
was
like
the
a
comedic
lightweight.
relief.
Eh,
Like that's what
there's
he
a
was.
little
The
bit of
whole
that.
movie, he was the comedic relief. Like he was the plucky comedic relief character. His story arc is like, yeah, somebody said his life was over, but it
And
was
it wouldn't be so
I was
comedic if he
but
were
but
an
but his whole
18-year-old,
plot line,
right?
was like, oh, I've been proven correct now, and guess what? Now it's time to give these aliens a comeuppance for diddling me. Like that's and like, hey, and now like I've got the last weapon. I'm gonna do a heroic sacrifice. I'm gonna give my life meaning because even if you remember, his family all protested that that's what he was about to do. They didn't want him to die either. So it's not like it
Right.
was like a palpable decision.
Yeah, but I'm talking
Within the
about from the
context of the film.
audience's perspective. Like he was written that way so that the audience could see that as a comedic scene and not a tragic one.
I did not expect me having this conversation today, but I took a little bit of different thoughts out of this. I thought.
By the
this
way,
was
I'm
large-
advocating against myself, right? I'm the oldest one on this panel. Like, I should be the one to sacrifice myself. Like,
Well, wait,
that's
yeah.
not right.
What's your?
I mean,
Let's send
that
Ali.
not-
Okay, he doesn't
is-
have.
Do you have a minimum cutoff for like age, as in the 60-year-old plus?
Wait, I don't have
Is
what?
that not? Is that
I'm
not
in
noble for you
category. I'm
to?
getting close to 60.
Is that not noble for you to sacrifice yourself for a younger generation? Like I
Martyrdom?
Honestly, if it were me,
Only in jihad.
the more
No.
the older you get, the more you start thinking about the end, right?
Right.
And you start thinking about, even if you're a Catholic and you don't agree with suicide or whatever, you start thinking, well, when that time comes, will I be, courageous enough? Not courageous enough to go, like, I don't think it would be courageous to go, like, fly my plane and blow up, like he did. I think the courageous thing would be to be able to suffer through 10 years of invalidity, in a house potentially, or someplace like that. That takes more courage to get up every day and face your sort of dwindling capacity. And and I think when people in their 80s and 90s, like that is certainly what life is like, and that requires a lot more courage, I think. And so if I were in that situation, which I will be at some point in my life, and my government comes to me and gives me like a sort of a way to go out gloriously. And listen, Catholics do this too, right? They want to be I'd like to end it all, but I can't commit the sin, but it's not sinful to go out in a blaze of glory if you're saving lives, right? So it's sort of like a loophole against our our rules as Catholics.
Okay. So I guess we'll just. I'm not sure if there's anything else we need to say on this.
I got a different topic if you want it that I just found out about. If you're ready, the Call of Duty franchise for Pride Month has now introduced Pride bullets. And
Nice.
I posted a photo. This is not a real thing. I looked it up along with weapon skins and whatnot. It seems like maybe not the best decision. And I posted a photo of it, and then I'll post a link to an article talking about all the stuff here right in a second. But they have now introduced
They're trans too.
Pride and trans themed bullets. I think that maybe might not be the best thing, considering we had what that trans shooter individual incident not too long ago. This seems like a really bad choice. But what do y'all think about this wonderful virtue signal by Activision with the Call of Duty? Thoughts?
Trans
It
themed
reminds me of
bullets.
something else that happened, I think today or yesterday or some recently, where you know how uh, uh, supporters of Palestine have been like stopping traffic.
And jumping in people's cars and
Yeah,
shit.
yeah, yeah. There's a Palestinians, a group of Palestinian activists stopped the Pride Parade. As a
I saw
Wait,
that.
protest.
I
is
saw
this Call
that.
of Duty thing real?
Yeah, it's absolutely real. I just posted a link. It's all over my Twitter
I
feed.
question your
Ouch.
research sometimes,
But
Gibbs.
like, it's like, I mean, you could just look at call it. See, here's a whole bunch of news. Pink
This is the
news.
kind of research he had to do for his double doctorate.
Yeah, it's the heavy, but like, yeah, apparently it's a thing. There's a whole bunch of articles about it. Their new stuff that's come out. It's not just mainly weapon skins. They got the bullets. It's a whole bunch of wild shit. Like,
And I
I,
don't know how it
don't
works in the game, but
you
this
don't see
like
the
this is like
bullets.
is this by Activision
you
specifically,
do
or
see
is
it
like
whenever you can look at the bullets and stuff.
Whenever you're reloading, the bullets have little pride, like they're pride
Yeah,
color themed,
there's a
like
That's
whole
actually
trans
like
for trans people.
I'll
It's
post a link.
actually pretty like fucked, because I mean maybe it's just because my perspective is I deal with like people that are on the far ends of the political spectrums all the time, right, on my little Discord server. And when Pride Month rolls around every year, we get these people, usually trans people, who like advocate for hunting down and murdering turfs. So like it's pretty, I don't know, it's pretty iffy. I don't know why they would do that.
Now, my concern with the trans bullets has less to do with that and more to do with kind of the issue with the prior conversation, right? Like, I don't know, it's a little bit on the nose, right? Am I the
Well,
only one that sees
Yeah,
this?
well, yeah, but
yeah,
it's a really the big
yeah.
complaints everybody's having is due to the fact that we've recently had like a trans shooter, and it's like, oh, we're advocating with a rash of mass shootings. Now it's like this encourages the people like I mean the memes are awful, but they're hilarious. Like I mean, if you like memes, you know they're irreverent, but like they're all
It
basically just
it
like
also kind of reminds me of. Do you guys remember like during
they're calling it the school shooter pack is what like people are calling it.
during the Iraq and
Online.
Afghanistan wars after 9/11 or whatever, they were dipping bullets in pork fat?
Oh, well, that was brilliant. They
Well, that's
also
what this
Israel
reminds me of. That this is
Israel
it's the
slowed
same
down.
sort
Hold on,
of.
Israel slowed down their bus bombings by putting pig fat inside their seats.
Which is strange because they have the same dietary
Yeah, but they don't.
prohibitions
I
in
don't think they
Israel.
think they're going. I don't think it's like the oh, we touch pork, we're gonna go to hell versus a lot
No,
of radical
I
Islam.
certainly grew up with Jews who believed that, who absolutely would not touch. That would have been a terrible thing for them.
I gotta be honest. If God doesn't exist, He's got a sense of humor, and that's a brilliant way to stop bus bombings.
But well, anyway, the if it worked, I'd be fine with it. But I just mean that I think it's the same logic, right? Although it was conservatives that were doing it then, and it looks like it's the left that is behind this here. Um, uh, I thought you thought it was funny just because it's so
Wait a minute,
contradictory in
is
its
this the
messaging.
left though? Like, this is weird that you guys.
Or
think
it's
this-
the corporate.
Yeah,
Yeah,
this is,
it's.
I think
yeah.
it's a weird angle you guys are taking this, right? Like, oh, like this might be encouraging trans people to do this or that. What we're talking.
No, I think
like,
it's a bad taste.
This is
is what
hold
I'm
on, hold on. So, like, we've talked about this plenty of times before. Like, talking about the Pride March itself, how the Pride March is basically just a long corporate advertisement, right? To cynically pretend they give a fuck about these things. When they it's Pride Month. It's time to put up on our Instagram that we support gay individuals, and here's the Pride. They don't give a fuck about any of this, right? We know they actually don't care about that, right? That's why the Pride Month, the Pride March itself is now like a worthless event, and they've literally created a second march to move away from this, right? That isn't corporatized. So now you see Call of Duty do a cynical act here, and that's like the focus isn't on the corporation itself taking this act that and what this is fucking Call of Duty is Activision with its history, right, of treating its workers, of discrimination, this is the company. It's a leftist doing this. No, it's just like a
Prem,
single
I don't think-
corporate.
It is a leftist thing
Well,
going on.
Hold on,
there.
Prem. I don't think you can really separate the corporation and the leftist quote unquote politics anymore.
It's not
because
leftist.
we know that there are
absolutely is
active. Hold on, there are activist groups that go to these corporations and try to push them to do these sorts of things.
Yeah, absolutely.
They're very public about this, right? So if actual leftists and activists are going to these corporations
Are they
and pressuring them to do, 100%. I can
saying,
give you
no,
examples
I
in
would
a bit.
say no. I first of all, I think this is an extremely liberal thing. To get started, this is a very liberal act. But even beyond that, the focus.
I mean,
should be
liberals
on,
are leftists.
like this is just
No.
like you guys talk about corporate virtue signaling all the time, but now like all this and you can recognize, and you also can recognize that they virtue signal in any which way that'll give them money, right? So they'll virtue signal.
Well, that's not true. If
Hey,
Hugo Boss wanted to put the death
we're
back on their clothing, that'd be
survivalists,
bad.
and we don't like the government. Invest in gold or whatever, right?
No.
You can do all these things for both sides, and it's not necessarily in some sort of ideological bent. It's like, how do I make the most money by appealing to an
No,
audience?
this is part of the culture war. It's trying like you're like, listen, right from the start.
Yeah, they
this is the
use the culture war. The
It's
culture
absolutely-
war. I hear you, I understand you. It's part of the culture war, and so through the virtue signal to get a response from people on both sides, right? They use this imagery.
Yeah, the
I don't know
response
why
is
you
you're
guys
not
can't
welcome
carry
in Call of
the
Duty
same,
if you don't aren't
the
pro
same
these
logic
things.
you guys carry into all those other conversations on exactly this. Why you can't use it here?
All right, hold on. The pushback against that, right? Let's use Black Rifle Coffee Company versus Hugo Boss and versus the Activision, right? Hugo Boss, if they wanted to virtue signal some of their values and re-add the death's head to their clothing, everybody would like kill them, like just outright never go for them again. They would have a huge snafu because what is the death's head? They're like, it's Nazism, right? Nobody wants to be like friends with the Nazis, so obviously they wouldn't do that. All right, you see Black Rifle Coffee Company, they say, hey, these are our values we stand for. These are the causes we donate to, right? Same thing like Hobby Lobby, same thing like Chick-fil-A, and people can choose not to go to them, but they make what they say are clear, and then they move on and they have a good product, as opposed to what Activision is doing here, which is making this a culture war to where, hey, if you speak out against the things we add to this game, like these trans bullets and these skins, then not only can you be banned from playing, we don't want you as part of our community, we're going to start gatekeeping. It's a part, and like what little kid like between the ages of like 8 to like fucking 18
Let me ask you this.
doesn't want
Let me ask you
to
this.
be playing COD.
If Nike didn't think it would sell more shoes, doing the Colin Kaepernick thing, right? Like when they did that commercial with them, if you think they thought they would have made less money, right? That they would have lowered their share of prices if they had taken that, rather than making more money by appealing to a larger
Businesses
cultural
make bad
influence.
decisions all the time.
Yeah,
I
true.
don't
Hold on, they
understand what you're
can't.
saying here
They
with
can
this.
make bad decisions, but no. But that's not the question here, right? The question is they think they all think all the decisions are good decisions. That's why they make the decisions, right? So they think it's a good decision to do this, right? So do you think that Nike would have made the decision, hey, let's make less money to make a statement here when we could just like make no statement and like not have any sort of problems? Which option would do you think they'd take?
Well, clearly they've taken. I mean, that's actually I think a misdirect. If I'm being honest, and the reason for that is I think that they misjudge what their bases
will
are. In some
go broke.
cases.
No,
Like,
hold on.
like
No,
Bud
no,
Light,
no,
for
no.
example.
Like Bud
Ignore
Light.
that.
Yeah, like Bud
Sorry,
Light.
hold on. That's not the question I'm asking you, right? I'm saying the point what I'm asking here is that they're making a calculation, right? Now you can say that calculation is incorrect. That's fine, right? And they
And it doesn't end up being incorrect
and that
sometimes.
does happen, right? But when they're making the calculation, what I understand and what you understand, that the reason why this calculation is, hey, we're going to make more at the end of this, right? That's why we'll do this, not because we're taking some grand stand for Black Lives Matter.
I don't think that's always
Nike
the case.
gives
though.
a fuck about Black Lives Matter. The BLM.
No, but
Okay,
hold
so-
on,
they don't
hold
give a
on, Proj.
fuck about
Sometimes
that, and you
companies
know
get bigger.
this.
hold on. Sometimes companies get big enough they know no matter what they do, they're going to generate money, right? Activision, and I guess now Microsoft Activision, is one of those companies. They've been one of the biggest game companies in the world, right? Forever. And so even if they like make upset a part of their viewer base or gaming base, they still have enough people to offset that loss and even grow in these other things. It's different, like whenever you use a smaller company, right? As like what you're saying, with these companies, they have enough people at the top that
So
believe in an
I use
ideology.
Nike. I use Nike.
Right.
I
Okay.
don't know
Sure.
how the
Nike.
biggest
I
shoe
mean,
company.
I mean, they're fine. Either one's fine. It doesn't really matter to me at this point. The point is that with Activision or Nike, if Nike went this way, with Activision specifically, there's enough people at the top that they go, okay, we're making enough money. We're now going to push this onto them, and now all these kids that are coming up, like 8 to
Yeah.
18, are going to be like part of this culture. We'll go, oh well, if we don't accept these things, then like we can't
Yeah,
play this
straight
game.
up conspiracy
Like that.
theory. You're a
It's
straight
not
up
a
conspiracy.
conspiracy theory.
You're a straight
It's
up
not a
conspiracy.
conspiracy theory.
Like literally,
Like,
I
how
have
is
the
that not a true
simplest,
statement?
like Occam's razor answer here, being that hey, they want to make
Well,
more
I do
money.
that with my own money.
They want to
If
make
I
more
own a
money.
company,
So hold
why
on, let
would
me
I
ask
push
this
my
to Lactor.
values?
Let me ask the Lactor because I think he's more honest than you are.
I'm always I'm being
you're
honest.
psycho.
Like,
Sorry. I like his face better. Okay, Lactoid.
A new shirt.
It's
He's
the
a
shirt,
Swedish model.
It brings out his eyes. Lactoid. Like, do you think that when Nike like came up for on Colin Kaepernick's side, right, is because they were making some genuine stance on how they feel about the Black lives and their interaction with the police, or that was a cynical corporate attempt to make more money using the culture war?
I think so. In that example, I'm not 100% sure. I think there's two motivations that whenever I see a company go like do something woke or political generally, there's two motivations that I suspect. A, they're just trying to pander to make money, for sure. But B, I think that sometimes in these corporations, you can have people who have their own personal political views gain some level of power over certain segments of the company. Like the Bud Light thing, my understanding was like that was pushed by like a relatively higher up person, but it wasn't approved by the shareholders. Like that whole strategy, like some of the theories
Marketing
there weren't
strategies
actually.
generally aren't approved by the shareholders. Why would they need to put a hand?
Well,
on
but like,
marketing
well,
strategy?
a larger like shift of brand generally, like perhaps should be consulted with like the
That's
board of
not a larger
directors.
shift of brand. They just sent her like a few.
No, but she
cans
commented.
over
She
there.
commented on it generally. She like, we got to move away from this sort of fratty and out of touch brand, and this was like step one, right? Now she had, I forget her name, but the person in charge of that had considerable power. I don't know if Bud Light as a whole really thought that out. I think that she probably had a lot more
Agreed.
motivation, right,
Well, what
in
about, like,
order to
Home
try to
Depot
like.
But
and
there's
Hobby
another
Lobby?
example that
Like,
more directly answers this question, and that is something that Gibbs brought up before was Chick-fil-A. They've crunched the numbers on this on multiple occasions. Chick-fil-A by far would make more money if they were open on Sundays,
I mean,
but they choose not to, despite the
wow.
fact that they know that they would make more.
Hold on,
They're
hold on.
there's only one Chick-fil-A that's open
Aiko,
on
are you
Sundays.
saying
It's
they
at Stadium,
crunched
too.
the numbers and saying if we had an extra day of operations, we'd make more money? That's amazing, right?
Yeah.
Breaking news here.
but they chose
but-
not to.
But
They chose
yeah,
to
because
make
it's
less
just
hold on,
money.
hold on, but that's not. Okay, I'm not saying
That's
that.
a good example.
But hold on, Hobby Lobby and Home Depot are also good examples, right? They're multi-million massive companies, multi-million-dollar massive company, multi-billion, right? And they choose actively. One of the reasons, I don't remember which one is the fully private one, but I think it's Hobby Lobby. They've chosen to stay private and make decisions that they know won't be as popular because they want their brand associated with certain values. So yes, I think as a business person and probably the most ultra capitalist here, there's generally some companies that, hey, they would do some data
I would
testing
agree
and
with
pander
you.
and get the money.
Hold on.
However, there's also people like in Activision Blizzard, like in
Hold
this
on.
case, and like Hobby Lobby and Home Depot on the other
Hold
side,
on.
who look at this stuff and they go, "Hey, I
Dude,
own this company.
what
I'm in
I'm
charge.
what I'm
I have the
saying
money
here,
to push this value
I
system
agree
onto
with
other
you.
people."
Hold on, I agree with you. I'm not saying that anytime a corporation or any company, right, any money making organization, takes a political stance, that it's purely a financial decision, right? That's fair. There are individuals, right, that will take a stance and like, oh, we're going to lose money, or I don't even care. I'm not looking at that, right? But I feel that this is important, right? Like I'm anti-abortion, and I gotta let my customers know, or I gotta take a stance with my employees, so I'm not going to provide birth control, like those that Hobby Lobby did, right? Like you can do that. That's certainly the case, right? My contention here, my problem, is simply assuming that you, Admiral Gibbs, right, sitting here at your computer, you have insight into Activision, right? And you know for sure that this is a quote unquote leftist like act rather than a cynical.
It is absolutely a
Hold on,
leftist
one second. Again, how can you know? How do you know all these things? So like I
Okay.
can
I can tell you how I know.
Okay,
It's
tell
really
us.
easy. All right. Okay. Would you say, and I'm going to use my side for this, right? Would you? I mentioned Hobby Lobby, Home Depot, Black Rifle Company. They all advocate, right? And they all advocate for these policies that they clearly believe in, and they put it into practice, and they do these things. So if I know that there are right-wing, multi-million-dollar companies, multi-billion-dollar companies that have activist stances that are putting in here, it's clear to me that if you're a company and you take a stance like this, that is a leftist stance, and even if it is pandering, it's still a leftist stance. Like, I don't know how you can argue that it's not.
No. I'm saying there are left leaning stances, right leaning stances. Yeah, you can color it that way, but I'm talking about the reasoning behind it. Not like whether like yes you can.
I mean, but how do you
can
know the reasoning behind
categorize
it?
it
I mean,
one way or the other? I'm saying that as
They could be trying
I'm
to keep
saying,
their software
I'm saying
engineers,
there
right?
could be. I'm saying that the room decision makers could all be conservatives. Every single one of them could be conservatives and still make the same decision. Why? Because they're looking at what'll make us more money. Like we don't give a fuck about like the gay individuals or trans individuals. We recognize this is a thing out there in the culture, and that this can make us more money, right? Like
Those people definitely exist, right? But there are also like activists who get involved in these companies and shape
Agreed.
the corporate culture or shape the direction.
But we don't know which
right?
ones, right?
We don't know. It could
also
be a
look
mix
at the
of it could be a mix of both, right?
It
Like
could be a
it
mix
could
of both,
be
maybe.
it could be that like the software engineers like or other people like on the like the work level could be like more activists in this regard and like bringing these ideas up to management, and then management looks at it and says, you know what, maybe this wouldn't be a bad idea. Maybe we could make some money off of it.
But
also,
until
you
then,
can
it's
look at- you can
Schrodinger's
also-
leftists.
No, hold on. You can also look at the history of apps,
Yeah.
right? And Activision with World of Warcraft, with all these other Blizzard and all these has a strong for a long time. Even maybe they were one of the first to start doing this and putting this implement into the games and we want a community for everybody, and we want specifically these communities to be protected and feel safe here. We want specifically these communities to be able to represent what they like. Like they have been one of the first. So when you asked me, how do I know? Do I know every CEO and every member of the board's decision-making process of how they came to a marketing decision? Am I disagreeing? They don't think they can make more money? No, but I do. What I can do is I can go look at their history, and when a company like Activision is one of the first ones to start doing this sort of thing, then I can sit here and say for sure without a doubt.
Ubisoft, like at the beginning
Yeah, Ubisoft's another one.
Yes, exactly. So Ubisoft's another one. I'm glad you said that. Ubisoft's another one. Ubisoft likes to put in its games. I forget, like somewhere in the credits, right? That like this game was made by. There's a famous quote they did. Like this game was like created by people of all different religious and politics and
the history.
Texas,
they take
right?
like religious
They got this quote, right? That says, "Hey, it was a multicultural team that made this." Okay. Cut to later on, Ubisoft is accused of massive sexual abuse, right, in terms of its leadership, and accused of racism in terms of its hiring practices, and its promotion practices, right? It's accused of like of massive worker abuse, right? But still, they let you know, right, for years that hey, we have a multicultural team behind all these things. Right? So I'm saying that you can say that at any point in time. You can be saying it for years, but the people behind it, right?
They don't put that on every game. They only put that on the history dealing with games.
Jameau, right? This was they did it for Assassin's Creed. That's like maybe
that's the series because it deals with major historical
but
features.
The point is that they were telling us that that we have a multicultural and we value that diversity, right? Yes, except that they won't like promote people who of different backgrounds, right? Except that they will harass women. Except that they were hypocrites the entire time. I'm saying that like from the outside, I don't know any of these actions, especially made by a corporation, right? A publicly traded corporation, happen to be genuine. Right? I think the more honest assumption is that, hey, they've made a profit calculation, right? And this ends up positive for them. Now, but it's I could be wrong. But I think that the like the Occam's razor simplest answer is that a profit making company that like makes profit making decisions is looking for profit. Simple, right? Rather than assuming that like it must be they're either on my quote unquote my team or against my team, right? They're simply making a profit making decision. Does that make sense to you, Lactoid?
I understand that you're saying that there's people involved in this that see it and involved in any market that see it purely from like a profit perspective. I just think that there is some split here, and that Gibbs might have a point that these people exist, and then you have a point that obviously like purely profit driven people exist. To influence this specific, sure, but to influence this specific position, I don't know what like the percentage split is.
No one knows.
My no one knows, right? My issue with this, and I'm surprised that like they didn't think about this. I see it as incredibly ironic, like on the nose ironic, and maybe I'm just bigoted for thinking that. But like, does anybody else kind of think of the same thing when they think of this?
So I think
like trans bullets.
I mean, now I think about the same.
Hold on,
He's talking about the meme with
thinking about 41% is what he's thinking about.
Yeah.
Sorry, what? I don't know. Sorry, explain. I don't know what this
41%.
means.
Jets.
Like let's say like a Red Dead Redemption 2 for like celebration of February, they released like a black, red, and green noose. Like that'd be pretty weird, wouldn't it? Like a little bit cringy.
To be fair, they do
I don't know
have
how
a
that
mission where you
relates
can
to
kill
a
the
gun
KKK,
and
so
gay
I think it'd be
people,
ironic.
though. Just like
Well, here,
Trans
Well,
people.
because guns kill all
specifically
kinds
the
of people. I don't
trans
understand.
people.
Sorry, go
Yeah,
ahead.
Okay, well, hold on. So I guess the meme is that
Prime
trans
baiting
people have a
you.
very
He must
people have a
be.
very and trans people have
Yeah.
very high
What are
suicide
you
rate.
talking about?
Okay, so the meme is that trans people have a very high suicide rate. It's like I think a rate of suicidality. It's like 41%.
Is it a meme per se?
It's become a meme on Twitter.
It's become a meme, 100%.
Okay.
Yeah. So it's kind of like become like the what is it 1550 or 1350 thing?
1530.
Yeah, 1350. It's kind of become like that, right? Where it's kind of like a dog whistle for people who dislike this issue or something.
Okay, so it's like 41% of trans people will kill or gay people or trans people will kill each other. Themselves.
Kill themselves.
Suicidality. No, it's like attempt suicide basically.
So
At some point.
41% will attempt. Is that the meme?
Yeah,
Okay.
I think that's what it is. Yeah.
All right.
I don't know. Probably here's my issue with what you said here earlier, just to me about me being dishonest. I'm going to openly say this on panel. I'm probably the most profit-driven person here, and if I found out for my business that my
That means you'll lie for profit.
Hold on. If I found out in my business that
That's all he
pandering,
has admission is.
hold on, no. If by buying a pride themed polo for all my salesmen would increase my numbers, and I saw research data to reflect that, I would absolutely, in a heartbeat, do that shit, because the number one thing I care about is my money making ability. And so, like, when you're sitting here saying there are people that pander, absolutely you're correct. But I don't have a history of using like my business for doing that. If I was gonna sit here and try to make like I'm gonna take the profit from my business and donate to conservative causes, even though my people are wearing pride flags, like, that's gonna be a whole different ball game, sort of thing, because I'm using the profits to fund my beliefs, like, as opposed to what you're advocating for, where we can look at Activision Blizzard, where they have a history of cultivating this community and wanting it. That's a totally different thing. And I think I'm being the most honest one here by saying that I'd openly be profit motivated.
Do you have like a copy of like the rules of acquisition? Like, are you a Ferengi? Like, I'm surprised you're into Star Trek, right? Just like, yeah, I'll do whatever makes me profit. Who cares? Like,
I'm not into Star Trek. I'm into Star Wars and 40K.
Yeah, that's Ico.
Our big profit.
He's there. I'm not. Yeah.
The Trade Federation did nothing wrong in Star Wars.
To be clear,
Neither did
the
Palpatine.
the eighth rule of acquisition: ignore your politics, make money.
Amen.
I did make a mistake. I didn't mean to say honest, because I don't think you're being dishonest. So I'll be very clear. So I do apologize for that. I don't want to imply that you're a dishonest individual. Yeah, but yeah, I just my
You
only
got eye
contention.
problems, kids.
I can't even see him anyway. I don't know why.
Just doing this.
I just see a big
eye
blur.
infection.
My only pushback against all this was that like this is us essentially leftists, where I would think like the assumption should be, oh, this is a cynical corporatist scheme. It can be, well, not leftist, but I would say this is a very liberal thing to do, in which you just put up symbols, right, and call it a day rather than actually doing anything for this community. That's exactly what a liberal would do. That I would be more willing to believe. But in any case, like I feel this group would just assume cynical corporate decision rather than anything else. So that's what surprised me.
I assume that. I think it's mostly theatrics.
Yeah,
Going to it, just all theatrics, but it happens to be profitable as well. Profitable theatrics, just as politics overall has become now.
Doobie, you own a company. let's figure this out. Doobie, you own a company. And if you said you in fact you already do this to a certain extent, but like you deal with a lot of was it Middle Easterners or something, you said, right? And you send like Middle Easterners to go talk to them, correct? Doobie, you there?
All theatrics.
Ruby, are you hiring?
Careful what you admit to, Doobie, on this.
I'm watching you.
Okay, well,
I didn't know we did these kinds of practices, Doobie.
Yeah, well, okay. So the point I was getting to, Doobie, runs an insurance company, and he, speaks to different communities, and he has a big, I believe it's a Middle Eastern community, like Syrians or something. I don't know. He's told me before, but I forgot which one it was. And he's like appealed to them, and he talked about, like, first of all, his hiring practices. He sends people from that community to that community to better appeal to them. So is that because he says he's seen how that improves his number, right? And that's not surprising at all. But what I was going to ask him is like, okay, well, let's say I don't know, let's say they're Lebanese community again. I don't remember which one. And there is there were like a Lebanese holiday, right? Like, would he deck his office out in that Lebanese accoutrement to get more money, right? Like, would he do that? Would he pretend that he actually gives a fuck about like Lebanese traditions?
He should.
If he probably should.
Listen. I live in an Arab community.
I heard like the end of that, and yeah, I wouldn't. I don't believe it. I think they should keep that shit separate from the workplace and from business.
First of all, what was the community that you told me about that you deal
Armenians.
with? Armenians. Okay, I apologize. Armenians.
Yeah.
So, so you're saying that to make more money, you wouldn't try to appeal to that audience beyond sending Armenians in to like sell them insurance policies?
Not in that way, no. I think that comes off as I mean, when you were just talking about when Activision does this or Ubisoft does it or whatever, it's like transparently just a cheesy money grab thing, right? They're like pandering, and it's really obvious. I think that's the case when unless I were like an Armenian person or something, right? I think it's just going to come off that way, and I think it should come off that way because that's what it would be. And
but if you're hiring,
it actually hurt your reputation.
If you're hiring within the community, and the people that you hire are like you enough to go also hire within their community or bring in their people, actually they appreciate the fact that you're celebrating their culture. Coming from like,
well, I don't only deal with that community, but I deal with lots of communities. They're just because
celebrating their cultures would be beneficial technically.
Yeah,
especially considering
but I don't think
you hire within the community.
Yeah, but I don't think that it makes sense to pander in that way, especially because again, I don't. Yeah, hold on. It would come off as pandering, and it is pandering, right? So, and I think that you should kind of keep that shit separate from the kind of work that I do. Any work really, but the kind of work that I do specifically. I don't think that you should.
So the calculation here, right? Like, so you've got data, right? So like, you've come to me, right? I'm a marketing firm. I need to increase profits. And I show you data, hard data, that this will increase your profits. Let's say let's do something modest, not crazy, like 10%, right? 7%. And that it'll be received well within the community. Would you do it?
No.
Okay. Fair enough. And
Yeah, I'm
that's
sure.
fair
I'm
enough.
sure if I hired like the models, OnlyFans models, to stand out to go to these places with my salespeople, I might get them. They might get better returns or something, right? But I think you have to have like principles, right? You have to have like some kind of like baseline of principles as a company.
Not really.
Yeah, 100% you do.
So, like,
Ali
okay,
and
so,
then
like,
Gibbs.
yeah, I live in Dearborn, a large Muslim population. Ramadan happens every year. A lot of businesses lose money during the day because people aren't, especially restaurants, right? Because people aren't eating. A lot of people aren't going out during the day. You'll notice, like, all the Arab bakeries, they'll close during the day and they'll open at night because people will go out for suhoor and they'll eat in the middle of the night. Well, I've also noticed a lot of American businesses tend to do the same thing. And well, now they're taking the days off and they will come in and they will open up at night because they realize that the community that they're in and the community that they're serving adheres to this specific like policy. And the people within the community definitely don't hate the fact that, oh shit, like now like this American burger place like that has no Muslim owner, has no Arab owner. Well, shit, now they're open at 2 a.m. because we're all functioning that way. I think it's as so long as like you're like it can be pandering, but I don't think it matters if it's beneficial to the people and they don't feel that it is. Like I don't think it's a negative.
Yeah, I think it is. I don't think that the workplace or the office should be like uh it seems like a cultural battleground to me because you do it for this group, okay, well then the next group that you hire wants it, the next group you're dealing with will expect it, and then suddenly you have fucking Christmas decorations up and then Hanukkah decorations, and then you're juggling every fucking holiday, having all these decorations up all the time because everybody wants to be represented.
Well, usually
I think it's better to just say that, hey,
themselves.
yeah, well, I'm not going to do it as a company, right? So I
Well, you
think
don't
that
have to, yeah.
and actually I wouldn't allow them to put the stuff up within the office, right? I think all that should be just kept out of the office space.
That's fair.
So I mean, to go with that, I mean, there's also like the flip side of that, right? Like, I'm gonna give an example from my own company, so I'm gonna have to be careful how I say this. But my business partner for my business sales company is an African American gentleman from the island of the Virgin Islands, right, the Caribbean. And so there's areas whenever I was back when we were first starting, we were going door to door. Like I speak Spanish, right? So if he goes into a Hispanic neighborhood, he would have me come with him, and if it would, even if it was his sale or he had the rapport, because hey, why wouldn't you want to have someone that speaks Spanish speaking individuals, right? Or that can relate to them because their cultures are similar. Vice versa, whenever I was in African American communities, I would always have him come along with me because he could relate better to them, explain why he would help them within their community or help them, as opposed to like, hey, we got this white conquistador looking motherfucker who's going to probably try to colonize our profits, like come in there. There's absolutely no reason why you wouldn't want to pander, and I could say pander, quote unquote, like have someone relatable to these communities that you're going to. Now that's different than like, oh, we're going to put up Hanukkah decorations or Christmas. Like I might do a Christmas party just because I want to, but we'll just call it a holiday party, and everybody's going to get wasted, and we'll do like white elephant gifts or something, and there's not really religion involved. However, like that's not going to be, that would be how I would pander on that level. But as opposed to like, we're going to have a Kwanzaa party, we're going to have a Christmas party, we're going to have whatever. Like I don't see an issue with knowing your demographic and doing things that are going to help your chances with said demographic, which is a lot different than what this is, which is active activism, right? As like, oh, we're going to make a bunch of skins, we're going to market it specifically, we're going to make rules within the game itself or within the community that you have to be accepting of a certain type of culture. That's totally different than what I'm advocating for. Now, if I could see the market research that would prove definitively that by making my people have pride shirts and go do their sales, then I would absolutely do it because I'm willing to sell out. But like if it's going to be,
Surprise.
yeah, big surprise. I mean, like that's why I'm the most honest one here. I openly admit to my value being the all American greenback, right? Like that's what my defining feature is. So like I think there is a difference though between like taking a black man to a black community or me going to a Spanish speaking community with my African American business partner. I think there's
But I think
totally
Doobie
different.
would say the same thing because that's what he does, right? He's like, oh, it was what you
Well, I don't
told
know.
me
I mean,
before,
I'm
right?
asking Doobie. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's what I'm asking him. If he's even still here, Doobie.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, do you agree that that's different?
Yeah, that is different.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think that
Curious for
targeting
some
communities with like people who can more easily relate to that community is fine.
Yeah. I don't think all these actions are equal either. I think there's a scale. There's one, there is, understanding a community and like taking pains to accommodate that community, right? And this can come in multiple ways, right? This could be culturally, this could be like physically, like let's say deal with a population of disabled individuals, right? Well, you should accommodate their disabilities. Or if you deal with the general public, you should also accommodate people's general disabilities as well, to the extent that you can. But in any case, then there is on the far side of that is making a very cynical, profit-driven decision about like, hey, let's we know these cultural symbols exist, and we will get some sort of benefit, right? It might even not be profit motive, right? Like maybe it could be just like social a benefit from using this thing. Why don't we just use that, right? And like it's not backed up by our actions, for instance. Rather, it's just like a deploying symbols. I think I like so. I look at like what Nancy Pelosi did, right? And her other people from the House of
Stock Act.
Representatives. No, when they they had the was it African colors? I forget the name of that thing, right? That scarf.
When they were kneeling in the
They kneeled. Yeah, the kneeling.
when they were kneeling with the
yeah.
with the African like country like the
Yeah, there's a name for
they
it. and I
weren't
forget-
flags, they were like
Yeah, it's like
they
a
were like
scarf type
graduate
thing,
those little things you wear for graduation, not
Yeah,
the tassels, but the
No,
honors
it's
thing.
like yeah. It's like around. I forget exactly what it's called. But in any case, like they did that. Like, but they don't actually, at least from their actions, from the legislation they push, their support is actually quite weak. But it's easy to put out a symbol instead, all right? To pretend.
You
in
think
any
it's okay
case-
when they put out symbols if they do like
Yeah, I mean, like
believe in- no.
if that like dovetails with like actual policy. First of all, if you're a policymaker, that's the best thing to provide policy that benefits its communities. First of all, but if it dovetails with a long-term commitment to help out these communities, then that's a different thing. Yeah, sure. But if it's just messaging, if it's all been just messaging, then anyone can do that. Anyone can say it. Gibbs will say it, right? If he's going to get that benefit, he will do it. So, anyway,
Well, because this is making me
Uh,
think of Nikki Haley going to the Weeping Wall and signing like the bombs over in Israel lately, and it just seems like
I hate the Weeping Wall thing so much. I don't know
I like the bomb
it
thing
really
though. I
bothers
would
me every
definitely
time I see
sign
it.
some bombs if we're sending them off to our enemies, like Aloha from
It's
Papa
fucking
Gibbs.
cringe.
what is this? Oh my god, DB, why do you hate the Weeping Wall?
It's disgusting to me. Okay, because to
You
me
mean
it
the
comes
Wailing
off
Wall?
as like
Wailing.
yeah, the
Wall.
Wailing Wall thing. To me, it comes off as like our president, our leaders going over and like paying homage to some other nation that already has like an outsized influence in the United States. Like it's just gross to me. I don't like it. It's
Okay.
like if every time some leader across the planet was elected, they had to come to the United States and kiss the feet of the Statue of Liberty. I'm sure people in those countries would think that's pretty fucking disgusting. And I think this, to me, it's like similar.
we should make them do that though. No,
True.
Show their allegiance to us. If you don't, then we might have a problem. Yeah, and then your funding, your military funding might be.
I mean, would
cut.
any Israeli leader do that? To come kiss a wall
That would
over
be
here?
interesting.
You know, that's kind of I think Doobie's point is that no one would ever come do some like weird, even religious thing, right? Because isn't the Wailing Wall like a
It is
Jewish
religious.
thing?
Yeah.
Right? So you have a bunch of Christians going over to a different country, and then like, and especially with the Nikki Haley thing is particularly weird because she seems to be really obsessed, and I don't like her statement of like it's not that America needs Israel, or it's not that Israel needs America, it's that America needs Israel. I really didn't like that statement.
Yeah, I hate that shit so much.
Yeah.
We should ban all Christians, to be honest.
Yeah. Okay. And so why don't we leave things here. Thanks all for these conversations. I thought they were well, some of them were interesting. In any case, we're guys, if you if you like this channel, consider supporting it by subbing to the channel, gifting bits, gifting subs. If you like these conversations, if it was a lot of fun to you, or if we annoyed you, if it made you feel anything, then consider doing that. Find yourself coming back here often. Consider supporting the channel. be much appreciated. Subs channel, give bits, give subs, or use a super chat if you're on YouTube. Outro for these fine individuals. Thank you, Lactoid, for being here. Yeah, it was a lot of fun.
Yeah, thank you so much for having me. One thing that was on a prior topic, but it's I think a test of how truly utilitarian a utilitarian is. I'm curious, going back to the whole human value system, if you knew that a doctor who was saving 100 lives per year also murdered one person per year, would you report him to the police or not? Right? That's a tough one. It's a tough one. But you guys can think on that. I have my answer, but I want to hear what other people think. You can find me at Lactoid TV, Twitch, Twitter, YouTube. Thanks.
Why did he murder him? Could you add that context? Does it matter?
He wanted to.
Okay.
But he saves 100 children from like a horribly painful disease, and that leads to their death. 100 children every year.
Do we know if he has the desire to kill again, or will ever kill again, or we just don't have that information? We have to just
He kills one a year.
One a year. He does have the desire to kill one a year, but he also saves 100 per year.
Oh, it kills one a year, saves one a year. Okay.
It's limited to that one a year, though. He has a really good hold on it.
All right. Birthday present for him. All right. Thanks so much for that one. I'll put some thought into that. Doobie, thank you for being around. We've missed you, friend. I feel like you weren't here last time, right? Yeah, you weren't here. So I missed you, so glad to have you here.
Yeah, thanks for having me. I've missed you guys too.
Do you?
Of course I do.
All right. I'll accept your answer. Let's go to Corey. I don't want to pull too hard on that thread. Let's go. Friend Corey. Corey, thank you for coming through as well. There's a lot of fun hearing your words.
Yeah, thank you so much for having me. Always grateful. I'll just end with I think it's super interesting how Lactoid wants to lecture about the value of human life when he drives a vehicle that literally puts pedestrians more at risk per mile. A little bit strange and
not how I drive it.
You've been driving it for a week now?
A lot.
What do you drive? What do you drive?
Motorcycle.
I drive a motorcycle.
Oh, come on.
I know.
So he's literally putting pedestrians and kids and women in danger.
I don't give a fuck about that. I don't want you to get hurt, buddy.
I don't want him to get hurt either.
Yeah, but I only know him.
Well, no, me and Prime have strongly tried to get him to not make the dumb decision, but he made
Best
it anyway.
decision I ever made. Oh,
buddy.
Even though it puts everyone else more at risk. But yeah,
No,
this is all
it
great.
doesn't.
You can
I
find
think
me
he
on
was
Twitch,
more likely to buy the bike because you told him he couldn't.
probably. But yeah, you can find me on Twitch, Corey Campbell84, Twitter, X, Instagram, YouTube. It's Corey Campbell, Cal, Ali, Gibbs, Doobie, and Lactoid. Always a pleasure. Love you, Prime.
I'd respect him more if he said he loves insects because he's gonna get a mouthful of them while doing this. But again, this is the way to catch them. For you, the most entertaining way to catch those insects. Like once again, we should make a weekly thing. Hey,
jealousy.
Lactoid, please be safe.
We get a leg check, please. Leg check.
A leg check. Admiral Gibbs, thank you for coming through. And I really, you were quite valuable here, especially like.
I appreciate that.
Well, and just in general, but like your takes on capitalism, I think like Scott disagrees with me here, but I think your takes on capitalism are actually really useful. Because I think you really mean the things that you say.
I absolutely mean what I say. Yeah.
It makes
if you have
me
any
feel...
doubt about that, let me tell you, I do.
I have interest. I hope you don't. But I like to pretend that you don't mean the things about like mowing people down at the border. I choose to believe that you don't actually want to like slaughter individuals coming here looking for a better life. But
Well, I
I
don't
don't
want
know.
to slaughter them. Now, listen, I just think
How
that
much
we
money's
should
going to be in his
enforce
bank account if he slaughters them? That's the real question.
now that's a totally different ball game right there. No, I mean like yeah. First of all, as far as the board, I don't want to slaughter them. I just want make a few examples, and after that, we don't need to heal nobody because people have learned their lesson. Don't fuck with Texas. I mean, don't fuck with the U.S. border. That's the real moral here. But yeah, I appreciate you having me. I always like coming on here. I look forward to Monday every week. I don't usually shamelessly shill for myself, but we're gonna do that now. I'm gonna say Wednesday. If you don't know, there's going to be 2 spicy back-to-back panels. Lacto and I will be on both of them. You're going to want to check them out, folks. One is going to be at 5 o'clock Central on Wix, talking Trump trial and whether or not it was a total political farce. And afterwards, we're going to be debating what a conservative / Republican is on Leafy's at 7:30 Central. It's going to be wild shit. Let me tell you, there's blood in the water already in both panels in the back rooms. There's going to be weeping and gnashing of teeth. It's going to be biblical. Let me tell you, it's going to be good times. Also, if you're not already, everybody loves Prime. He's the best.
Thanks so much, friend. And yeah, let's go support our friends like Toy and Admiral Gibbs. Let's go root for them, I guess. I don't know.
Hell yeah.
Back to its face. This is killing me here. Let's go to Ollie. Ollie, thank you also for coming. I gotta not look at Lacto. It's gonna make me laugh. Ollie, thank you for being here, friend. Yeah, thanks for actually adding all that cultural stuff. Like you really do expand our knowledge on these things, and it's useful, right? I actually care about diversity, right? Okay, if you work for me, Ali, I promote you. All right, I'm not Ubisoft.
Listen, if you want to kick a percentage of the little donations, no one of mine. I'm here as a token. We'll talk about splits eventually, but no, thank you so much for having me on. I honestly love coming and arguing with all you guys.
Same here. All right. Finally, friend Aiko, thank you for being so kind as to providing us with that article. It was the interesting conversation. Sure. Yeah. Thank you for just being a great part of the community.
Oh, thanks. Yeah, thanks for having me on again. I do think that one of the interesting things about those debates coming up on Wednesday, especially the second one, because it's going to be all. I was about to say all conservatives, but I think that probably is a biased thing to say, given that the debate is about whether half of them are conservatives or not. But I will say this: I think it'll be interesting because a lot of the people on the panel who are supposedly on the same side have disagreements too, because I think this is a phenomenon that I've noticed on both sides, is that if you're on the left, you think all conservatives are the same, and if you're on the right, you think everyone to the left of center is the same. And so it's interesting to see that idea being challenged when people who are supposedly on the same side are going to get together and debate each other.
Yeah, I mean, it's a really good point you're making there. I know that we're doing closings here, but yeah, I'm excited for it. It's funny because even in the back rooms, I was talking to KOE, who you brought up a few times. KOE is like a religious conservative, and I'm not, right?
Exactly.
And
Yeah.
we have some pretty fundamental disagreements on some pretty big issues. However, both of us like recognize each other as a conservative, as opposed to some of these wolves in sheep's clothing that are going to be on there. It's going to be
There's
good.
your preview. There's your preview.
There's been a lot of burns and insults going on in there.
Not for me.
Nice.
I've won all the burns.
So I'm sending
Even burned
off,
your eyes.
Even my eyes are burning.
I'm
from
sending
reading
it
all the
off
crying.
to our friend Admiral Gibbs as a show of support and love, right?
Well, thank you. Man.
And I don't know how this debate will turn out, but we can all understand that